ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the Flatout Racing Network's coverage of the first of 8 Talladega Nights Mega Team events. You're going to get 8 races for the price of 1 here on this Saturday evening. We're going to have, we're going to have 9 races for the price of 1 here tonight because we're having 8 heat races and 1 main event at the high banks of Talladega Nights Super Speedway. Short dashes here in these heat races. We're going to be talking about a little bit of the logistics of how this is going to go down, but I'm Seth Cole, being joined by Jessica Shelton. And Jess, one thing I'm very happy about is we're not going to have to worry about the calculation of points and everything, because it's going to be a lot of moving pieces. We kind of just get to sit back here, especially with these heat races, and watch some good white-knuckle dash racing, in a sense.
That's the best thing I've ever heard. Not having to be a part of racing and not getting confused about the points and all, and just sitting there watching them.
Pretty much. So basically how this is going to go down for everybody watching at home, there are 8 teams. Each team has a total of 4 drivers. So in these 8 heat races, the teams will have to designate 2 drivers to head out in each one of the 8 heat races here this evening. No one driver can run any more than 4 heat races, and everybody has to participate in at least 2 heat races. So what we're going to be doing in just a few moments is we're going to be getting driver introductions. You'll hear the drivers, the teams that they're running for, but you won't see all of them out on the racetrack at the exact same time in these heat races. And Jess, interesting tracks as well. It looks like a couple of 1.5 miles and then a couple of 2-mile racetracks. We start here with Homestead, Miami. Then we've got Freedom Motorsports, a 2-mile racetrack. After that, then we go to another 1.5 miles at Kentucky, and then another 2-mile racetrack at Auto Club. When you consider it, even though 2 racetracks and 2 racetracks have the same length, they're all 4 entirely different racetracks.
Oh, absolutely. And then, like, the good thing about this is there's no worry for pitting, which, would be really big for you and myself as well, with tire wear, pitting, and fuel, etc. They don't have to worry about trying to focus on getting on pit road, going back and forth, screwing themselves up like that in that way, in that sense, right? But at the same time, maybe someone's better at this track than the other track. This person's going to be trying to freaking practice to see how good they can get. You and I know Homestead left and right. We're really happy with Homestead, but Freedom, I've never even been to that track.
I haven't either.
I didn't know that track.
Nope, I didn't know it existed either. I basically just found out about it within the last 24 hours. I didn't even know the track length until I looked at it here. You talk about the different mitigating factors. How about the fact there's no damage in these heat races as well? I'm pretty sure there's a penalty system if you end up causing an incident, but with knowing that there's no damage, 2 things. Number 1, you're probably going to be a little bit more anxious to go for that move to get the win or get that extra spot for your team, but also, if you get wrecked, as long as you land back on all 4 wheels, you've still got a shot to finish the race out, and if it's a race of attrition, you might still be able to salvage a top 5 run.
Absolutely, and, anything can happen, and with how aggressive the drivers are up front, the question would be is, like, we see 14 laps here at Homestead, right? When is go time in your mind? When would go time be? Because if they're going to be that aggressive, do you expect them to beat and bang it near the front and wreck? Because, like we said, there's no cautions and all like that. They're just going to go all balls to the wall thing here, Seth. And if there's going to be a caution, you think there's going to be a caution, how far back do you sit? When do you actually make the time to go? These are all going to be really great questions that will be answered throughout the race.
Absolutely, and each heat race is going to be somewhere between 10 to 14 laps. I can tell you from experience here at this Homestead race, that will be enough time for tire wear to come into play near the end of this thing. I'm being paged. Apparently it's time for us to get these introductions done here, find out the drivers that will be duking it out here tonight in these heat races and in the main event at Talladega Super Speedway. So, all right, so let's head on up there now.
Coming out. This is a mega team race. Just want to go over some rules. Seth Cole, are you with us?
Yes, we are. We are here.
I know you're waiting patiently. We had a problem with the car file. We just got it fixed. I just need to go over a little bit of a driver's meeting here and get with you in about 5 minutes.
10-4, sounds good.
All right, did you hear me on Whisper?
I did not, no.
Okay, I'll just come down and pop down there when I'm done and bring you up there to introduce the drivers.
Sounds good.
Love it, Seth. Channel switch.
All right, so we're just in a little bit of a delay. They're still doing the drivers' meeting here and everything. So we'll talk about tire wear. Obviously, Homestead, Miami, as I said from experience.
User joined your
Oh,
channel.
I'm sorry, Seth.
No,
You
you're
got a
good.
copy?
Yep, gotcha.
Hey, real quick, we had to change the one file on the I'm on fire. Everybody had to put an O1 in front of it. So I didn't know if you had time to do that. If you don't understand that, but that was the problem.
Which car was
We
this
all-
again?
The number one, I'm on fire.
Number one, I'm on fire to 01.
We
Okay.
had to put O1 in front of the file there, so to see it. But sorry about the little bit being late, but I'm gonna get down to this drivers meeting and come back and get you.
Tab 4, no problem.
Thank you.
User
All right,
left
so
your
let's,
channel.
we're gonna... All right, we're going to just have the screen off just for a moment. We're going to change that car file so we'll be able to see it. But as I said, I think this race is going to be 14 laps in total for a dash, and tire wear will come into play. You talked about it, Jess, the time to push and the time not to push. Some of those drivers that we see hovering back around the 4th, 5th position very well may be saving their tires for a late race run.
Yeah, I got a quick question, I
Yep.
guess. This is kind of weird here. On my screen, every time I get like 2 drivers that pop up on the like for example, I had Rod Weston on there, and I forgot who else that was. I think it was might have been Randy Waugh a little earlier when they were on the track. My like my scrolling thing that left and right to go through the drivers and all, it started doing that on its own.
It got stuck.
Going
Yeah.
back and forth. Yeah.
I've actually had that happen before too.
How do you fix that real quick?
Exit out and come back in. that's the only way to fix it.
Yeah, they were. I just saw 2 drivers on pit road just sitting there, Paglia and someone else that was going back and forth
Just
to
going
them.
back and
so it didn't
forth.
fix itself. So yeah, you'll make get out and come back.
Yeah, yep, that'll fix
Okay.
the issue. So,
Oh, well, what was the question?
the question was the fact that there is going to be at least tire wear here at Homestead. I think there's going to be tire wear at Auto Club as well. So, what do you think? It's random qualifying draw as well. If you're up at the front, do you go into maybe a little bit of a long green flag run method and don't necessarily push the tires all that early, or do you maybe fade back, let some other drivers use up their stuff, and then try and make a forward charge, hoping you have maybe a tire temperature advantage in the final 2 or 3 laps?
Well, based on what track we're talking about, we're just looking at Homestead in general at the moment. At the very start, I try to stay in the top 5, top 10, and just play it very carefully and very conservative. And like you're saying, move to the top. You could save a little bit of tire with the tire temperature. That would bring it down a little bit.
Right.
But all in all, depending on where their settings are and the type of style setup, I don't know if it's going to be really tight or if it's going to be loose off the top of the track on the exit. So I wouldn't know. I mean, for me personally, if this is the same Homestead, same setup, same scenario that we're used to, I would probably personally go full out for the first couple of laps and all, and then probably try to find myself in the top 10 and just stay around between 10th and maybe 15th and just ride and just try to see where everyone's going. If my tires are starting to really fall off, I'd have to move up a little bit higher. Play with the throttle a little bit,
Yep. And remember, too, that with these heat races, each driver representing their specific team, they are going to be accumulating points for their team, and whatever team ends up having the most points when we get to the conclusion of the night, they will end up winning the Mega Team Championship. Now, we can maybe give a ballpark guess based off of finishing results here from these races of what team we think might end up winning the championship, but we won't be able to give you an official word here this evening. Obviously, a lot of stuff has to take place post-race. A lot of review has to take place in the main event, so it may not necessarily, what we say here tonight may not actually be the official points tally or the official champions when everything is all said and done. We'll be able to give an educated guess. Like I said, we're not here to do points. We're just here to bring all the action here tonight with these heat races. We're going to call what we see, but in a sense, at least for the heat races especially, we're spectators.
Yeah, and honestly, there's nothing better than spectating, especially when you're going out through 5 different tracks and you have to think about points, right?
Absolutely. All right, looks like we are setting the server back here.
Something else that you mentioned, I don't know if you want to get into it now or just wait, but with them having 2 members spectating for them compared to 2 people who are actually racing on the team, think about that. It would be really helpful to figure out, okay, well, this is what you're doing wrong. This is what you need to be doing. How bad is this? How bad is that? And just getting all that advice coming in your ear for the teams, that's actually quite helpful as well.
You get 2 free spotters, right? Maybe have one of the spectators for your team spot one driver, and then another driver spot the other. Yeah, definitely it would help in the type of situation here with it being a sprint race as well. It's a good point. Coach up the driver a bit. I- The interesting thing too to me is the dynamic of having to figure out who is going to run what race, because obviously there's a lot of drivers that will have, a specialty of a type of track that they're good at. Drivers like road courses, drivers like super speedways, drivers like mile and a half, drivers like short tracks.
Did we just discuss this?
We did, and that's why I'm bringing it up, because it is actually a really good point in the fact that now you're kind of forced to maybe do something a little bit outside of your comfort zone due to the ruling that you have to have 2 starts for each one of your drivers here in these heat races. So a guy that may not necessarily be all that comfortable at a 2-mile racetrack, they may have to run at Freedom Motorsports or at Auto Club here tonight.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd rather not run something without any knowledge of what I'm doing to begin with. I'd rather just sit where I'm comfortable. Like, the only 2 tracks that I'd probably be comfortable that's on this list outside of the main would probably be either Kentucky or Homestead. But I guarantee you,
your channel.
hi Jeff.
Hey guys, we are ready for
We're
you.
good to
So,
go?
Seth,
All
we are
right.
good to go. It's a little stress going here, but we figure it out. But
Hey, no problem. No problem. All right, we'll be up there in just a minute.
yes, sir. Thanks, guys.
All right.
User
So,
left
But
your
like I
channel.
was saying, like for me and you, Seth, if it's just you and me, I'm pretty sure you'd want Homestead. I'd
Homestead
probably
for
take
sure.
Kentucky. So.
Homestead for sure. Kentucky, I'm not sure about. Kentucky's hit or miss for me. Definitely not Auto Club. I did horribly when I did a mega
Oh, we
team
got
race at
Auto
Auto
Club
Club.
on here.
We got California 05 gripped,
Oh well,
and I was
actually,
horrible in that race. So no
if it's
Auto
going to be a
Club.
fight, if we had Nick, we'd probably put Nick in that instead.
Yep, we did put Nick in that, and he ran away, and I held the back of the field. All right, we're gonna get that entry list here of the drivers that are taking part here tonight. The official lineup for each one of the 8 respective teams right now.
Channel switched.
All right, 8 teams, 4 drivers on each team. We're gonna see him in heat races. We're gonna see him in the main event at Talladega Super Speedway here tonight. These are those drivers that are taking part in tonight's first mega team event.
We have Perry Bond out of Virginia driving for I'm on Fire. Good luck to y'all. Jeffrey Elliott from Morrisville driving the number 2 for I'm on Fire.
Benny Carroll, the number 3 Pontiac from Big Stone Gap, Virginia. Good luck, guys.
Ulises Sandoval, driver of the 01, the beautiful I'm on Fire Thunderbird.
Driving the 10, Mark Pagley from Gainesville, Georgia, for the Dark Horse Mustang team.
Hey, Greg Palmer out of Lewis Selleridge on the 11 Dark Horse Mustang.
John Godfrey, number 12, Dark Horse Ford Mustang.
Toby Robertson, number 13, Dark Horse Blue Ford.
Chris Elliott, number 26, out of Mooresville, North Carolina, driving for Team White Dodge.
Number 27, Bob Dixon from Macon, Georgia, driving Team White Dodge.
Chris Van Vliet, number 28, driving out of Annapolis, Maryland for White Dodge.
Alex Moe, Riverside, California, driving the number 29 White Dodge SRT.
Ken Roberts driving the number 30 for Black Chevy Hearst.
Kelly Causey from Agricola, Mississippi, driving the 31 Hearst Chevrolet.
Dan Lovell from Big Stone Gap, Virginia, driving the 32 Black Hearst team car.
Also on Team Hearst, Blaine Donlin, number 33 out of Kingston, Ontario. Keep your stick on the ice.
Driving 36, Zach Roberts.
36, Zach Roberts, driving for the Chevy Air Force team. Want to give a shout out to Peyton, my friend, and have a good race, guys.
Javier Negron from the Bridgeport, Connecticut, driving the number 37 Air Force Chevy.
Driving number 38, Doug Firth, Viola, China, Ontario. Good luck, guys.
Number 39, Stefano, Ontario, Canada.
Mike Mangialardi, Bedroom Way, Washington, driving the number 40 for Team Coors.
Greg Loveland, the 41, driving for Team Coors. Good luck, guys. Let's have fun.
Driving the 42 Coors Banquet Special Dodge from Plum, Pennsylvania is Doug Hulick.
Driving the 43. Driving the 43 Banquet Coors out of North Springfield, Vermont, Rod Weston.
Driving the number 80 Evil Blue, Eric Lovell out of Big Stone Gap, Virginia. Good luck, guys.
Driving the number 81 Alex Ortiz out of Bassett, Virginia for Evil Blue. Good luck, guys.
Randy Waugh, driving number 82 Evil Blue, Chevy. Let's go, guys. Let's go, Corey.
Driving the number 83 Evil Blue Chevy out of Mount Sterling, Kentucky, Gary Heiser.
Is that it?
All
Yes.
right.
All right. That is right, Seth Cole. Hey, we had to drop it down to 7 teams. We had to make some adjustments, but these guys are ready to go. So thank you so much, Seth. There is your starting lineup of drivers for tonight.
Sounds
Thank you,
good.
Seth.
You saw those liveries flashing up. That's the cars you're going to see out on the track here tonight. Good luck to the respective teams. It's going to be fun to see how you guys strategize, who's going out for these 8 heat races, and then, of course, that big one here tonight. So best of luck to all you.
Thank you, Seth. Love
Thank
you,
you,
man.
Seth.
I love you, Seth.
Thank you.
I love you more.
Thanks,
love
Seth.
you, Seth. I love you.
Thank you.
Channel switched.
Greg Palmer's crying. Oh, well. Anyway.
Good.
So, a little audible. Looks like Team Green War Toyota not going to be participating here tonight since we ended up having only 7 teams able to be filled. A couple of drivers from that particular team kind of moved to
Not my
other
fault, I
teams
was
here
not
tonight.
asked.
No, that's true. I wasn't either. We're here in the booth. We got the easy job. But we're gonna wait and see who the drivers are. The official word is not put out. I think I'm not 100% certain, but I think most often the established teams, they actually do put out a order and they let the admins know who is going out, who isn't. But with tonight, the fact that there were some fill-ins and everything, and obviously one team got dissolved and the different drivers moved to other teams, I don't think they had to submit official team lineup, so we won't know who the 2 representatives are for each team until they grid up.
If Michael had actually stayed awake, we could have used him. Nope.
If Michael stayed awake, you cannot ask the impossible. So
I still try to theoretically, be hopeful, can't I?
you can be hopeful. We have nothing but not hope. I don't think I said that quote correctly. Here's a look at that schedule of what we've got coming up here. So we got Homestead, Miami first, 14 laps at this 1.5-mile racetrack. Then the 2-mile anomaly, I guess we'll say, because we have no clue what to expect there at Freedom Motorsports Speedway. 10 laps will be run there. 14 laps follow at Kentucky Speedway. And then 13 laps at California Speedway. Not Auto Club Speedway, California Speedway. And then we do it all over again. We go back to Homestead, we go back to Freedom, we go back to Kentucky and California before they all get on the racetrack for the 47-lapper at Talladega Nights Super Speedway. No damage in the heat races, moderate damage in the main event. No cautions here in these heat races, but there will be cautions on in the 47-lapper. And the fun thing about this here, Jess, this special event is next week, we get to do it all over again. We get to do it for 8 straight weeks. We got 8 team events that are going to be taking place here for Talladega Nights.
Yeah, and let's see, this is going to happen weekend after weekend after weekend after weekend, and honestly, with this being like the first race of this little thing going on, they're probably going to try to get acquainted, try to figure out what they're doing, how everything feels, and then I think probably about like maybe the second or third, going into it, they might actually figure out, okay, well, at this track we want this these people here. We want this to happen. We want that to happen. Okay, we know what we're doing. We can settle in, and that it's just going to take a little bit of time. But some of these drivers that aren't really comfortable at certain tracks or whatever, it's going to take a little bit for them to get, comfortable in their little comfy zone.
Well, the thing that might be different about it is I'm not necessarily certain if the teams will always be the same. They may actually mix it up again, so you may end up having 4 entirely different drivers with each other next week. I don't know if it's actually what we have tonight for teams, if that's going to be set in stone here for these other 7 race weekends.
Okay, in that case, 40 miles an hour. Let's go for drafting those.
No, you know what I think I think what should happen? Do your homework. If you're assigned a driver and you saw them do well at the 2-mile tracks, you know where you want them to run next week or something like that. Go back and look at these heat races, see where the driver's strengths were when you plan your lineup accordingly.
Yeah, but I mean, you want to call that drafting news? So that was kind of interesting because you had
that was
where
yeah.
We were swapping every race, and we were trying to figure out what we could do, what we couldn't do, and no offense to anyone here, ours was like plate racing, so it was always like full throttle and whatnot.
True.
But we had to have the right personnel with us to know we could hold a line, what we could do, and what we couldn't do.
Have to have that comfort level.
Yeah, and then you got these guys here just being. If these are randomly thrown in together, well, you may not agree with someone or get someone on your team that may have a issue with you, but that's got to be sorted out. You can't be squabbling about something like that at this point in time. You're trying to get something for your team, the team itself. So
right. So a couple of things to point out here with the ticker. For the most part, you're going to see the color-coded numbers for which team they are with. If you end up seeing a black background, I believe with the yellow stripe, or no, I'm sorry, with the red stripe in the background, that's the driver out of black Chevy Hearst. If you have a blue background with blue Lightning, that's a driver out of the blue Ford Dark Horse team. If you have a white background with the purple stripe, that is the white Dodge SRT. If you have the orange with the flames behind it, that is the I'm on Fire orange Pontiacs. If you have the silver with the red number, that is the silver Chevy Air Force team. The gold background with the red number is the gold Coors Dodges, and then the light blue background with the dark blue number is the Evil Blue Chevrolet. You'll get a little bit of an idea of which team the drivers are representing. You saw when we were doing the driver intros, the liveries of each team's car. Obviously, the green War Toyotas and the red Hellcat Dodges, not in use here tonight, but give you a little bit of an idea of who is racing for what. And it looks like they're actually here in practice. We'll get a little bit of an idea of who is representing what. See a couple of the U.S. Air Force team cars out there. The 36 of Zach Roberts, who is one of the fill-in drivers tonight for Gary Mingus. Javier Negron, going to be his teammate in this race in the 37. Greg Lovell in the 41 out of the Gold Dodge Coors team, and there's a couple of teammates working together there. The 82 of Randy Waugh and the number 80 of Eric Lovell, both out of Evil Blue Chevy. And we made the number change as requested on Ulysses Sandoval's car, and for some reason the 01 I'm on Fire livery is still not showing up, unfortunately. We'll see if we can fix... It is Ulysses, you're right. So it went from Ulysses...
Team Wrecking Ball.
Well, what was it? It was Ulysses Poppy Sandoval, then it was Ulysses No Leg Sandoval, Ulysses No Arm Sandoval, now it's Ulysses No Livery Sandoval.
I mean, we know for a fact if we see a car that's wrecked up, I mean, I'm not saying he's bad or anything, but we know it's Wrecking Ball. He loves the Wrecking Ball team name. So we know anything that's not right, it's got to be Ulysses.
It's got to be Ulysses. Him. Yep.
I just can't wait to go to California 05 grip and watch him flip and then just sit there and make another joke about it.
How many flips do you think we're going to see in these races? Because, I mean...
Are they all gripped up?
Well... So, Kentucky's got grip, but I wouldn't say it's gripped up. Auto Club, I honestly can't remember. I just remember I was slow there. Freedom, obviously, no clue about that racetrack, and I've never actually run Kentucky here in Talladega Nights, so not sure about either one of those.
Well, nonetheless, though, it's going to be quite interesting. With 14 laps, I mean, we're going to see people try to really get up there, really be aggressive, really trying to make their way up there. But like you said, with it being 3X wear, it's going to be really interesting to see how quickly these tires fall off.
Yep, 3X wear, but we have been assured that they will not have to pit in this race. They will have the fuel to be able to make it. Each race set to 5% in distance. Mark Paglia, representing the number 10 out of the Blue Ford Dark Horse team. And looks like Tony Roberson is going to be his teammate in the number 13. There's going to be Ulysses. Huh? Oh, we got
I'm
Q
just letting
coming
you
up.
know we were at the end of practice.
Alrighty. And it is Lotto Q. It is Lotto Q here, so nobody knows exactly where they're going to start. It's going to be 12 drivers in each one of these heat races. Denny Carroll's going to be in the I'm on Fire Pontiac. Bob Dixon going to be in the White Dodge SRT in the 27 in this race. We'll see if we can find where his teammate is. Looks like it's going to be the 29 of Alex Moe. And John Godfrey is going to be in the number 12. Actually, do a double check here. I'm seeing that Paglia, Godfrey, and Roberson all took laps, and this scoring shows them all on the same team, so might have been an error there. We'll have to wait and see. It's showing 3 of the Blue Ford Dark Horses actually took laps there. Alright, so the drivers that are taking part will grid up. The drivers that are not taking part will get on the track and will retire. And it looks like Randy Waugh is going to start in the pole position. One of the White Dodge SRTs is going to pull up alongside of him. Is that the 27 of Bob Dixon? No, that's the 26 of Chris Elliott. So Elliott's actually going to be the other Dodge here. There's the other White Dodge jumping on the track. And count, let's see, 9, 15. We're missing one, I think. 7 and 2 is 14. No, we've got too many.
Kobe's on here. Eric, like you said, I don't know who are we missing?
Let's see. We got 2 orange, 2 gold, 2 Air Force, 2 white, 2 Ford Dark Horse, 2 Evil Chevy. Oh no, I guess we're right. We've at least got 2 of each. So it looks like we're good.
Get a rhythm. Get ready to rock and roll. It's a long race.
Yeah, 14. Okay, so I miscounted. So we do have 14. All right, so we are good to go.
No mistakes. That's the big thing today. Just no mistakes.
So Randy Waugh, Chris Elliott, Ulysses Sandoval, Javier Negron, Dan Lovell, Mark Paglia, Denny Carroll, Mike Mangialardi, Bob Dixon, Eric Lovell, Tony Roberson, Zach Roberts, Blaine Donlin, and Greg Lovell are going to be the 14 participants in this first heat race. 14 laps, no damage, no caution. Sit back, folks. The first heat race here for the first night of the Talladega Nights Mega Team event is green at Homestead.
Almost like looks like there might be wanting to go really. They look like they want to go in that ball. Whoa! Someone way up in the wall up here.
That's one of the gold Dodges, the Coors Dodges.
Whoa! They're racking up at the front.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh gosh, Randy Waugh around. That's Javier Negron, the 37, who flipped. So it only took us 1 lap to get the flip. Sandoval is involved. Zach Roberts is in it. Bob Dixon is in it. And it looks like about 7 cars are going to scamper away. Dan Lovell's going to have the lead in the 32.
Greg Lovell, the last car who got through that from what I saw. I thought that they kind of got a little bit tight going. Like I was saying, they were all wanting to go to the bottom, and then I saw the one go shoot straight up to the wall. But they're really pushing it early, it looks like. They said.
Yeah, Greg Lovell, as you mentioned, making his way through to 6th, and he started last. So the random qualifying draw, while it didn't give him good track position, it gave him the opportunity to be able to get through that melee, and he gained the track position with the misfortune of others. Battle shaping up for the lead here. Denny Carroll Run about a half groove lower than Dan Lovell through 1 and 2. And he's bringing Eric Lovell and Chris Elliott along with him. Remember, each one of these drivers representing different teams. They want the max points for winning their heat race to help their team out and be the team champions at the end of the night. They may be friends on the racetrack on other nights, but right now, they're all gunning for themselves.
It looks like, I'm not sure. Oh, wow. I'm looking at Eric Lovell. He went a little bit low in turn 1, and it started to push him up. So obviously the tire wear is starting to show a little bit, or at least temperature-wise on the tires. I'm not sure which. Yeah, I don't know how bad the tire temps are on here, but
Tire temps are big. Definitely on that
you,
inside
you
line.
see how they're trying to hold the bottom? They're pushing up a little bit on that bottom.
Yep.
Now, Eric was able to get there really well in turn 3 and 4, but right here, he'll go really low if he does it again. See how he's pushing up right there?
Yeah, you wouldn't
Oh,
think
he's going
Yikes. 1 and 2, 3 and 4 are entirely different. 3 and
wide,
4,
maybe?
you pointed out when Eric got that nice run down the front straightaway, you can almost turn the car early off of 4, even clip the apron with your left side tires, and it gives you a good straightaway line all the way down to turn 1. But 1 and 2, that's where the tightness in the corner on that inside line is exacerbated, as we saw that previous time by.
Yeah, it seems like 1 and 2 is the really aggravation point. I mean, Eric will slide up just a little bit here. I'm sure he's trying his best to have like maybe a little off the throttle just slightly so he doesn't go all the way up into Dan. But get really close there. Look at how close he is to Dan. Dan's not even touching the wall, but it looked like he almost did at that point.
Ooh, Eric got the apron almost up into Chris Elliott. Look at them all slide up the track there. And this might help bring Greg Lovell and Mark Paglia into the mix, make it a 6-car fight for this win. All 6 drivers representing 6 different teams.
Yeah, Greg's rolling these guys in.
Of course, CTS Physics going to help with the draft to be able to catch up, and them racing side by side is not going to help the lap times of the top 4. Yeah, I think Greg's got the draft. I think Mark's got the draft. So now we're going to have 6 drivers to duke it out. Only halfway through this heat. And the tightness these drivers are dealing with, it's only going to get worse as we draw closer to the checkers.
I like that entry and that exit Chris Elliott had over 3 and 4, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything right here with this. He's way up at the top of this track here. It's just going to run. But look at him. He's going to arc it down and diamond it. And that's going to help him with a runoff.
He was kind of boxed in going into turn 1, so that was really his only option as they're bump drafting a bit there down the back straightaway. Denny Carroll with a bumper full of the 80 of Eric Lovell.
Yeah, Greg's right here. Greg's here now.
He's here.
I'm looking right there at Chris Elliott, and I can see that car. There he goes.
Greg Lovell trying to do the last to first challenge. Started 14th of the 14 drivers here in this heat and trying to win it.
Well, I'm guessing someone gave a call to Jeremy or Supta, or not Supta.
Did they steal the Golden Horseshoe?
Or Chuck.
Oh, man. I've been wondering where that Golden Horseshoe is. That the legend of the Golden Horseshoe is kind of faded from FRN lore.
No. The point I was making is these guys, whether back to the front. Hey, wait. Brian Rawson. There you go.
There you go. Yeah. Perfect.
Whoa, Greg.
Yikes! Saved it.
Wow.
I think he's going to be okay. I think he's still going to be in the draft. The question is, how much did that heat up the tires, especially that right rear?
Here comes Paglia looking underneath Elliott.
Yeah, we got a battle for second up ahead of them, too. That was the 32 of Dan Lovell looking low on Eric Lovell for second.
Yeah, if Elliott and Paglia can kind of get themselves situated in a straight line, what they would probably want to do is wait for these guys to get really aggressive and then, boom, pounce at the last moment for opportunity, because that's what they're doing, it looks like. Stuff they're really going really aggressive at each other up front.
They really are, and it's looking like Denny Carroll's strategy is clear. He's going to hold the bottom, force them to take the longer way around the racetrack. The question is, though, as we get closer to the end of this race, how much of his tires is he using up? Because that's going to probably hurt him through the center of the corner on exit of getting that momentum down the straightaways.
Greg is on the back end of Paglia at the moment, but I do want to point out, I don't know how their ruling works with the teams specifically, but guess who's ahead of Denny Carroll up here? They're running down.
Oh, yeah, the 40 of Mike Mangialardi. That's a teammate to the 41.
Yeah, that's where I was going to get it. I don't know.
Good call.
Elliott making a move here.
And I think they're gonna catch Mangialardi before this race is over. It'll be 2 to go this time by, but there's only about, I think, 3.5 seconds between Mangialardi and the leaders.
Paglia forced himself down in front of Greg so he couldn't get that run off.
Dan Lovell, half a car length advantage going into 1. He does have kind of the preferred line here through 1 and 2. Denny Carroll's going to stay to his left rear. 1.5 to go.
Eric.
Chris Elliott's got a chance for 3 wide here if he wants it. Nope. Oh, almost contact between the 3 and the 32. And way up the track now is Dan Lovell.
What's Eric going to do here? Eric's going to, is he trying to make it through? Oh, he's going to get right behind Paglia.
All
right
bets are off. White flag in the air.
Be careful of the bumping, guys.
Can they all make it back? Ooh, look at the run by Chris Elliott on the top. He'll get alongside of Denny Carroll. Now the question is, can he get the momentum through 3 and 4? Denny Carroll will have the shorter way.
Denny just really squeezed them up against that wall, putting the pressure on.
Pushes up the track. Chris Elliott is going to clear him.
Eric hits the wall off of 4.
And Chris Elliott, what a move on the final lap around the top to pick up the victory here in this first heat.
I can tell you someone's happy.
I think so. I think a lot of drivers are going to be paying attention to how good that high line was in the closing stages.
Watching this battle coming off of 4 now. Toby trying to get by Javier Negron. They're beating him.
They're door banging.
Yep. It looks like Negron's still got him, though.
And this is important back here. These are points. These are points up for grabs. Yes, looks like Roberts did get Negron, or Negron did get Roberson for 11th place.
Yeah, don't you just love Homestead stuff, especially at the start finish line? Remember, backing up. Nope, nope, no. Fun times.
Let's take a look here. We'll show you the list of what the official finishing results look like here from this first heat race. Chris Elliott with a great move there on that last lap. Dan Lovell, Denny Carroll, Mark Paglia, Greg Lovell, Eric Lovell. Oh, by the way, all 6 top finishers were representing different teams. There were no teammates up in the lead pack here after that incident on the first lap.
Top 6 are represented by, let's see, 1, 2, 3
levels.
family members here?
Yep, 3 levels. But an Elliott takes the checkers.
3 levels and an Elliott. There you go.
We'll head into an FRN race break here on the screen as they'll start getting everything set up for the upcoming second race. And this one's going to be fun, because we've never seen this track before.
This says Orlando, Florida is the base on it, and I like the little American flag there.
Yeah, that is actually a nice little logo.
When I saw Freedom, the first thing I thought was a Freedom 400 at Homestead.
That makes sense. Yeah, the official length of this track is 2.009 miles. So it's not a pure 2-mile racetrack, but it will be interesting to kind of see how this racetrack is in comparison to Auto Club.
Have all these drivers seen this track yet or not?
I don't know for certain. I think they have. I think they ran a test mega team race either last week or a couple of weeks ago, and they ran these tracks. So I think at least most of them have a general idea of what this racetrack is like.
Do you have any issues with me pulling someone?
No. Go right ahead.
Okay, I will be pulling someone randomly at selection. No, not really.
User was moved to your channel.
Chris Elliott.
Hello, can you hear me?
We got you.
Oh my God.
That top side works on the final lap, apparently. How'd you make that happen? Because we knew it looked like Denny Carroll was saying, hey, if you're going to pass me, I'm holding the bottom. You got to go the longer way around, and you made it work.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know how it happened. I just know my heart is over there on the other side of the room right now. And the way it started out and I got behind, I thought, well, I just got to work my way to the front and try to have a good finish. But yeah, the outside worked. I practiced this last night with Bob Dixon a little bit, and we worked pretty good together. Unfortunately, got held up. But yeah, it was just, I'll tell you what, it was, I was shaking. I really was.
Quick question, Chris.
Yep.
Do you think Jeffrey would have a problem with me getting on track and testing this track before you guys go?
No, not at all.
I have not seen this track. I want to get on it.
Yeah, give us a little bit of insight of what this track is like. You're just Chris. I got to ask you though too. Let me first ask you this before I ask the question I was going to ask. For the lineup, are you running the second race at Homestead?
Well, you know what? I would think I might ought to, but But no, we haven't talked about that. We're having a hard time just filling up. Everybody wants to give everybody a shot.
Right.
We wanted Alex Motor Racing this next one with Chris Van Vliet, right? Because me and Bob need a break. I definitely need a break. I want a break. And Alex Mode chose not to race this one. So Bob Dixon will be in this one along with Chris Van Vliet. So yeah, we're just going track by track right now.
So
I have a question. How many of you guys race this track? Like do we know how long this track's been out? That you guys have had any time on this or not?
This track's been out a while. All the SDT homesteads, I've raced on most of them, and I like them a lot, as you can tell. And but so does a lot of other people. Everybody's good out here. It's an easy track to run, I think. It's intense. It's close. But but of course, when you're doing a shootout like this, it's way different than a long race because you have to save tires on a long race. So it's a whole different animal. Here, you don't have to save so much. So you just want to stay out of that first wreck, and hopefully you can be there at the end. And it happens in a flash.
Yeah, talk about that first wreck that you guys had at Homestead. That was wild and crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. All I know is I was trying to not hit cars. I put my car against the wall, and I'm not sure exactly what caused it or if I caused it. I don't think I did. So I just kept running hard, and I got a little behind. I stayed in the draft, and I kept losing spots. I'm like, oh, I'm telling my guys that are watching with me on the other channel, like, guys, I'm going the wrong way. I went from third to fourth to fifth or something, and then all of a sudden, I started getting my bearings, get my line, got my rhythm going. I knew I could run this thing fast, and it all worked out. I was surprised. Those guys in front of me, they are tough drivers. I think it was the Little Bells and whoever else it was. They're strong.
Jess brought up a good point in pre-race about the fact that we've got two drivers from each team racing in these heats, but then there's two of you that are kind of spectating, watching along. How much coaching, spotting takes place for the two drivers that aren't participating in those heat races?
That's a good question, Seth, and we've done this before. And it's fun because we're in a different room, so we can talk all we want, even without whispering, and not hear all the other drivers on other teams who are in the field that are squabbling right during a race. And that it's nice. It's just us four, and they're like yaying me, saying, "Chris, great." In the beginning, they were quiet because I was not doing well, but then they couldn't believe what I pulled off, and that's a big motivator, And they are there to help spot, but it's so fast, and you really. Not much the spotting's going on right now, but it's nice to know that we got two people on our team that are watching us.
Yeah, if not spotting, you got cheerleading going on at least.
Yeah, exactly. It's great.
I got a question, Chris. With this track that I'm on right now, the Freedom track, do you feel like the setup is more laid toward a California, Auto Michigan type style, or are you looking at this more like Kansas / Chicago land with how it feels? Because I'm going to tell you, to be honest with you, I love this track right now. I love the setup. I love how it feels.
Well, Jess, you'll have to ask another driver later on this. I don't know much about this. I don't know much about this track. Yet, so. I know it says D-shaped. It doesn't show a picture. I'm looking at the track info. There's no picture here. It just says D-shaped 2.0009 mile.
Yeah, that's all you get, really.
Yeah, that's why I chose to sat out.
Jeffrey had talked about anything.
No, actually, I have not. I have not been talking much. I've been so busy working and family stuff, and I'm just glad to be here. And Jeff's done an amazing job getting everybody together, and it's very stressful for him, and he's doing a great job. But I'd imagine it's like a Michigan. I don't know. I haven't raced this very much.
Well, Chris, obviously, we hope this isn't the last time we see you in Victory Lane here tonight. Looks like they're getting ready for the random qualifying. You didn't get to do it during the driver intros because obviously we know we were trying to kind of expedite to get ready for these heat races, but now we got plenty of time. Go ahead and do your thank you, sponsors, and shout-outs for a great win here in this first heat race.
All right. Thanks, Seth. I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. I want to thank my wife, first of all, let me race tonight, and we had a good day all day together. And I want to thank all the drivers that showed up, Jeffrey, Flatout Racing Network, Talladega Nights, and all the drivers. A bunch of great guys. So just thanks to all those people and all the people that might be watching. I'll catch you guys later. Thanks, Seth and Jess.
That's Chris Elliott. He gets the first win on the night for the White Dodge SRT team at the
and Chris, but before you go, thank you for letting me have the 9 for RTG. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problems, Jess. When I get back over there, I'll be in your 94. How's that?
We'll have to talk about that.
I'm going to have an identity crisis.
All right, where's Chris go?
He goes to the white Dodge SRT room. All right, we got the command. And they're going to roll off behind the Dodge pace car.
I love this track. I really love this track when I got on it.
So what exactly? Hang on. Well, actually, I'll ask you in just a minute. We're just gonna go through the drivers that are taking part in this one. You got Mike Mangialardi in the Coors car. You've got Randy Waugh in the Evil Blue Chevy. Ken Roberts in the Black Hearst. The other Coors car will be Doug Hewlick in the 42. Perry Bond for the I'm on Fire orange car. Stefano had the last name Morrison in the 39 for Air Force. Doug Firth for the Air Force in the 38. Bob Dixon in the 27 for the Dodge SRT. Alex Ortiz in the 81 for Evil Blue. The Dark Horse 13, Tony Roberson. Chris Van Vliet in the 28 for the White Dodge SRT. John Godfrey for Dark Horse Mustang. Kelly Causey for the Black Hearst. And Jeffrey Elliott for the I'm on Fire Pontiacs.
Wait, so they put Toby back in?
Toby's back in. Toby and Bob Dixon running back-to-back races, according to what I've got here.
Mike ran the last one too, so Mike's running.
Oh, Mangialardi ran the last one too. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's three that did.
Look
two in
at
a
him
row.
on the back bumper, Randy Wall. Like, hi, I'm still here.
Oh, we got a spinner!
Whoa, big wreck.
That was, I think, Ken Roberts.
Yep, Roberts in the 30 round.
And he's going to get Stefano
and
Morrison.
Stefano and Toby are collected in this.
3 cars involved. Obviously, no caution. We keep going, but that's 3 different drivers out of 3 different teams.
Alex Ortiz trying to run down Bob Dixon, who's slowly trying to reel back in Jeffrey Elliott. With this pack up here being led by Godfrey, who's getting in a small little challenge here behind him. But Godfrey has a little bit of work to do to catch Doug Hewlick in the 42.
It's about a second, looks like, between Perry Bond, the last car in that first group, to John Godfrey, the first car in this second group.
But yeah, to get back to what
what were you feeling out there?
Perry's looking under Randy.
So what were you feeling out there on the racetrack? Because you said it was like the most comfortable you were.
Okay. So the first couple laps, I was taking it kind of like a intermediate track with half throttling a little bit, right? And just to see where everything would feel out at. And it looks like there's a lot of blocking up there going on.
Yes, there is.
I mean, I'm riding back here with Bob Dixon, so I'm just far away looking here. But I got a little bit more comfortable with more speed. I could run this wide open, and I could run any lane I wanted. I was so comfortable, and I didn't even look at the tire wear, unfortunately. But you get my point. At that point, I was comfortable. I was happy. I may not have been the fastest or whatever, but I actually really liked what they did with this. So yeah, this might be something we need to look into in our area in future-wise. And Bob Dixon hit the wall a little bit off of that corner.
Randy Waugh got kind of shuffled out from the race lead, courtesy of Perry Bond.
And what I was referring to about the Homestead thing, not the Homestead, but the Auto Club in the Michigan, is how wide it feels with the bankment, and just it felt so good that I would actually kind of want to label like that, because you heard how Chris said this is like a D shape. If you ride on board one of these drivers for one lap, it's not exactly a straightaway. They're actually turning a little bit in every single straightaway, which is
kind of like a Chicagoland backstretch in a way.
Yeah, kind of like that on both sides. It's
Interesting.
really fun. It's really enjoyable, in my opinion. There's plenty of room, plenty of grip on all area where there shouldn't be any problems whatsoever. So I really like this track.
Well, prior to the caution in the first heat race, afterwards we had 6 drivers representing 6 different teams. We've got teammates now up in the lead group here for the second heat race. The couple of Coors Light Dodges are there, and the Dodge SRT white cars are there as well.
Yep. So this is Dodge dominated.
It is Dodge dominated, you're right.
1 little Ford, 2 little Ford, 3 little Ford.
How many Fords do we have? It's just 1, isn't it? Yeah,
Godfrey.
Only Godfrey in the 12. He's the only Ford. We got a 1 Chevy? No, 2 Chevys. And then
a little bit pushed up there from
and
mine.
then a couple of Pontiacs. You've got
Whoa, John.
On this lead pack, you've got Perry Bond leading it, and Jeffrey Elliott, who started out back in this heat race. Now he's up fighting his way into the top 10.
Yeah, you got Firth back here trying to slowly reel these guys in if he can. I don't know how the draft feels. I was running by myself, so I really don't know how bad the draft screws with you on here. But from what I can tell, it seems like when they're going in the corner with the draft, if you watch, they do push up a little bit. And I think Chris is warping or something.
Whoa!
He just went really crazy.
I think you're right. He was on the apron.
You know what was bad? I was actually on his car when it was doing that. I was wondering if that was my
Nah,
hand
he
or
went
Chris.
from third lane to apron in the split second. That was a definite warp.
Are you sure that wasn't me talking about him getting tight?
Was that the commentator curse?
Oh, 3 wide.
Yikes! Wow, that's getting really close to that left rear quarter panel there. That's Mike
Whoa.
Pagelardi and Kelly Causey.
They almost had a little bit of a touchy back here with Randy Waugh and Chris Van. I keep thinking it's Valit.
Yep.
Valit, okay. Whoa! A little bit of a push up there on the 40 machine of Mike Magliardi.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. Like in draft, I don't know if it's starting to push up and get tighter because I didn't have that experience out there, but it just seems like the draft is really affecting them badly, especially with the time straight wear.
During our next little race break between heat races and see what the banking is here at this racetrack. Because
He's in the wall.
40's
in the wall.
Yep.
He was having a good run too. I think it was just a little bit of overdriving the first few laps. Tires starting to go on him. 3 wide for the lead, Seth. Kelly Causey.
Look at that. Causey going to go now to the inside of Perry Bond, who pulled a slide job on Doug Hewlick. Couple of crossovers there through 3 and 4. And how about a little side drafting here? A little door-to-door contact down the front stretch. White flag in the air.
Well, Buckshot made that move at the right time, though. Just maybe 1 lap early.
42 of Hewlick. Might think about sticking it up the middle. 3 wide. Perry Bond. Good block there on Causey. Now can he keep them at bay for 2 more corners?
Chris Van just hit the little
here
bit
comes
of
the
the barrier
42.
sticking out.
Doug Hewlick to the inside. He's got drafting help. Perry Bond clears him with the block. Perry Bond's going to win the second heat race.
Perry Bond, who always drives a 60, is in a 0.
How about that? Perry Bond led 6 of the 10 laps. Spent a good portion of this race out in clean air, and those were some nice blocks there in the closing stages.
I actually thought, I hate to say it, but I thought Buckshot was going to get him.
It was close, because Perry Bond didn't have drafting help. It was a car length back to his drafting help. Kelly Causey had Doug Hewlick with him.
But remember what I told you. Chris hit the wall a little bit, if not barely touched that little wall with the little barrier that kind of like pops out a little bit. Barely got that, and when that happened, I thought it was over. I thought Buckshot had it.
Perry Bond for the Pontiac team. Matt McIntyre gonna be going crazy in our chat, I'm sure, with the Pontiac picking up a checkered flag.
Good, he can deal with me afterward.
So far, Dodge and Pontiac have picked up wins here in these heat races, and that's going to be huge for Team I'm on Fire because if I recall correctly, I don't think, let me double check.
Yeah, but remember, you had the 2 of Jeffrey Elliott who finished 5th. That's a teammate, too.
Yep.
So that's bigger team points there.
And I was going to say, I didn't think that any of the I'm on Fire Pontiacs finished in the top 5 in the first heat race. That's actually incorrect. Denny Carroll actually finished in the top 5 in that one. So, could be really close between the white Dodges and the orange Pontiacs.
What do you say we say hi to Perry?
Well, actually, unfortunately, we can't. We were actually told pre-race that the only driver that would not be able to talk for an interview would be Perry Bond.
Oh,
that's unfortunate too.
You want me to aggravate Kelly?
Yeah, let's get a hold of Kelly because let's get an idea of in race conditions with these drivers dealt with.
There he is. He's way up there. I can bring old little Kelly Causey down here.
See if we can get a hold of him.
User was moved to your channel.
There we go. Kelly, you got us?
How's it going? Oh, yeah. How you doing?
All right, so we unfortunately aren't able to talk to the race winner, but you were right there in the thick of it for this checkered flag. I mean, Jess took a couple of laps out there because we didn't even have a clue this racetrack even existed before tonight. Didn't know what type of racing we were going to see. What were you experiencing out there in race traffic?
It was tough. I mean, it's a tough little track. You got to be able to, get off the gas just a little bit. And I like to run the high line there a lot more than the other guys did, I think. And, to come from the back and get to where I got, of course, we did have a wreck, but I had to run some guys down, and I was excited about it. But there at the end, when I think we were coming to the white flag, I went down in 3, had a chance to get in front. I wish if Hewlett would have stayed with me, I think I might have had a chance to win it. But you get down that bottom, it's just tough when you're down there by yourself.
What's one of the big reasons why that inside line is at a slight disadvantage? Is it the right front tire not giving you the ability to turn? Because we saw a couple of drivers when we got about the halfway point were really pushing up the track. One driver actually got the wall off of 2.
Yeah, I think if a lot of tracks that if you get in the bottom, a lot of times you have to throttle it a little more, so you can't quite keep the speed. And this is Kentucky's the same way, to be honest with you, a lot of it. So fixing to go out there and race it too. So it's but it's a good fun track. So you can go 4 wide there.
Quick question: with you winning at least one, not winning. I'm sorry. I'm always used to interviewing the winner. I apologize, Kelly. But with you having those good points for that last race there, getting second, how much incentive is it to you now to go out there and push yourself and win a race compared to at least getting in the top 5 and just being okay with that? Like, is there really more of a factor of trying to win versus just getting a good points day?
Well, it was, I thought we, with the first race, 2nd and 7, and, and then with the last race, Ken Roberts just couldn't hold it, and he lost it, and it really let the team down. I don't know what he was doing out there.
Wow.
He's kind of putting the pressure on us, so we're going to have to go out
it's
there.
It's motivational, Jess. It's motivational. He's not burying a teammate.
Right. We're just going to have to
push fire him up.
We're going to have to push ourselves a little harder to overcome Ken is what we're going to have to do. So wish us luck.
He's putting on his coach voice right there, I can tell.
So if Ken gets to the point of wrecking a specific teammate, now we understand what happened.
Yeah, that's right.
So we were talking about the fact that, the unusualness of these heat races, the fact that 2 drivers from a team go out there and race, and then 2 drivers kind of are there as the cheerleaders, the spotters, whatever the case may be. You were one of the established teams coming in tonight, didn't have to have alternate drivers and do some moving pieces with your team. So coming into this race and this first heat race for these 8 races, do you already have a designated lineup of who's running, or are you kind of just playing it by ear?
Well, we got together just a while ago as a group, and kind of basically what we did was say, hey, what track do you want to run? And, and if they said that's what I want, so we put them down, and then, what track do you not want to run? And then we made it. So we just kind of put down who we wanted for this first set of 4 races, and then we'll kind of go from there, So we planned out these 4, and then we'll kind of see what happens from there.
Well, Jess pointed out, not necessarily the win, but here tonight, it's about the maximum points for the team, and a runner-up finish definitely going to help out there. Thanks for talking with us. Give us some insight on what you were experiencing. We have some notes, actually, for the second race at Freedom Motorsports now. We're not flying blind. Kelly, we'll let you get back here to your team and everything, and hopefully the next race that you're in, maybe we'll be talking to you in Victory Lane.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
User was moved.
Jess, I actually thought of something. The spectators, the cheerleaders, the spotters, whatever they are, they've got something else they can do. They can watch our broadcast from our point of view on FRN. I've seen a lot of people taking part in this event in our chat. Randy Waugh, Denny Carroll, Blaine Donlin. For some reason, Ulysses Sandoval still thinks that the Toyota team, the Green War Toyota team, exists, even though that team was evaporated tonight because they didn't have enough drivers show up.
Okay, here's what we'll do. At least at one point, whether it's throughout the race or whether he's racing or not, we'll move Ulysses in here just so he can have like 5 seconds of figuring out if he's limbs, head, or what. I did have a question for you, though.
Yep.
You're not set up to get on track at all, are you?
No, unfortunately, no.
I was gonna ask you if you wanted to go on Freedom next time we got by around there and see how you liked it.
Yeah, I don't have that option, unfortunately. All drivers, all the spectators would hear is just engine noise. They wouldn't even probably hear us. It would drown them out.
It's great. Like I said, that's something you need to really think about.
I'll tell you what. The next time we go there, save the setup they've got, and we'll test it out afterwards. We'll give it a go, see what it's like.
I mean, like I said, remember they're on 3X, though. We gotta make sure we're not on 3X.
So one nice thing here about this third race, it's a track that we know, Kentucky Speedway, and I think, based off of this particular version, if it holds true, you're gonna have two different sides of the racetrack again, in the fact that will be the inside line.
Okay, I have to interrupt you. Ken Roberts just went for a flip.
Oh no! Was it Kelly that sent him on the flip or not?
I don't know, but it was one of his teammates.
Was it a motivational flip?
I don't know.
But if I remember correctly for Kentucky, it's the inside line through 1 and 2, and actually the middle to high line through 3 and 4. The car really pushes up on the bottom of the racetrack the longer the run goes on, especially off of turn 4. So it will be interesting to see if that holds true. That's kind of what I remember from this particular version of the track in the Bluegrass State.
Also, we also look at the fact that if we get too low on that bottom, what was it this version that if you get really low off of what is it 2, I believe there is a issue with the little black part, or is that just pit road I'm thinking of? Because remember there's like a little patch off of turn 2,
There is a patch, and I think I remember what you're talking about. I don't think it's this version. I don't think it's this version of Kentucky.
Okay.
It might have been the 2013 version. This is the 2011 version.
Well, if it's a version that I like, I remember that high side off of turn 1 and 2 that really works if you play your cards right on that.
Yep, I'm not sure if this is that version or not. Gary Heiser is going to make his first start of the night in the 83. John Godfrey making his second start this evening in the 12. Ken Roberts, well, if he can keep it pointed in the right direction in this race.
Wow, you are
Kelly
really
started it, okay?
hard on him, man.
Kelly started it, but he'll be in the 30. You got Alex Moe in the 29.
Ulysses is 5th.
Yep, there's Ulysses and his beautiful generic car in 5th. Doug Hulick, back-to-back races for him. Alex Ortiz, back-to-back races for him. Zach Roberts, he was, I think, in the first race. This is his second start of the night because the green flag's out. Chris Elliott, who was our winner 2 races ago, that first heat race. Greg Palmer, first start for the 11.
Apron.
That's Ulysses there in the 0-1, getting loose. Rod Weston, first start tonight for him in the 43. Kelly Causey back behind the wheel. Oh, Causey and Roberts are in the same race.
There's someone loose up here.
Alex Ortiz, and he's going to get the Air Force car of Javier Negron. I believe that's the second straight race that Javier Negron's been in that he's flipped. And there's his teammate in the 39, Stefano Morrison.
You got the Kelly. I don't know if you said we have also in this field, we have, if I can get back from Chris Elliott and Denny Carroll.
Oh, yep, I didn't say Denny Carroll, so thank you. Yep, he's making his second race of the night.
I think he ran the first one.
Yes, you are correct. Led a good portion of that racing. We've got a car in the wall. Oh, both of the Dark Horse Fords. That's John Godfrey up on his roof.
Coming back on the track. Almost 3 wide here. Back off, Denny.
John Godfrey rode the outside wall on his side for a good portion of the front straightaway. Alex Moe out in front here.
You can't say he was involved in an accident. You know what he's doing? Godfrey was trying to do his best Martin Truex impersonation because you know what's going to happen? He's going to win a whole bunch of races coming up in a few years.
I think, I might be wrong, but I think it was Ben Kennedy that rode the wall in a truck here at Kentucky.
Well, I was talking about Truex in Richmond now.
Yeah. Now, remember we heard from Chris Elliott after the conclusion of the first heat race that Alex Moe was slated, potentially, to run in the Freedom Motorsports race that just concluded, but he instead didn't want to run that one. He wanted to run this one, and he's out in front here, and look at that, not even running down in the dark gray, running a whole groove above that dark gray through 3 and 4.
And I'm also seeing that if you look at what the other drivers are doing, it seems like they're really more comfortable at the upper grayer part to the light gray area. Like they're like half and half, barely running it, like
even through 1 and 2,
just a
you're
little
right.
bit. And I can't say I blame him because I saw up here originally you saw Doug Hewitt trying to make a move earlier on the bottom. He just could not do it. He was losing spots to the high side, and finally he's kind of worked his way back in. Saw Ken Roberts there get to a little battle with Gary Heiser, who I don't know whether he passed them or they were just side by side. I wasn't sure on that. I didn't catch that part.
I think they were side by side. I think Heiser had the position and Ken was trying to make the pass.
See, look, if you watch this with the machine of Ken Roberts, see, he wants to go right back up, but behind Gary Heiser. If you ever watch these guys, they're going to go really low to try to get a run, but it just seems like it's worse with the tire wear. I think if you're a little bit higher up here at this track, it's a lot easier.
It's almost looking like in order to make a pass, you need a combination of two things. With everybody running the top, you want the driver in front of you to check up, and then you kind of have to almost pull a slide job, dive low and hope that you can clear up before you get to the entry of, or the exit of the next corner. Right there, almost looked like Heiser got really tight up on the outside line. That helped Causey pass him for third. You got second and third right now for the black Chevy Hearst team that had the runner-up finish with Causey in the last race at Freedom Motorsports.
We're at halfway right here, and you notice how high they're running off of 4, right where they're starting to get to the oval part of the front straightaway. So they're running really high up to where you would think they might actually have hit the wall. As we see Ulysses way up the track here trying to ride the wall for a second.
So I'm almost wondering. Now we know that the dark gray area is usually where the grip is at. I'm wondering if the fact that most of them are
Doug Hewitt, what are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, that was a good save right there. Oh, is he coming pit road?
Helix coming down pit?
Yeah, he's coming down pit road.
Wonder what happened.
I'm not sure. They shouldn't have to pit, so I'm wondering.
Maybe bad tire wear on him that's got him really
flat
worried.
Tire, maybe?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Ken Roberts dogging Alex Moe up here, though.
But I'm wondering if they're running up there in that light gray because with there not being as much grip up there, it's actually allowing the tires to stay cooler than if they were down there in the grippier part of the racetrack.
Well, I'm watching Chris Elliott, who's slightly trying to make a move on Palmer. I'm not seeing him actually gain anything specific on that, though. Would actually hitting the apron in the front straightaway help you or hinder you more, you think?
I feel... Okay, so if I remember correctly, you can shave off 1 or 2 tenths of a second, but then it hurts your entry for turn 1. So it's kind of a catch-22.
Depends on where you are at what time
I think so.
Races.
Yeah.
Because I noticed Ulysses did that a little earlier, and I'm just wondering if it was hindering or not. Palmer's trying to run him down. He's slowly closing in on him. You see how Palmer goes low. Ulysses way up there against the wall, taps the wall slightly. It's going to bring Palmer right to his back bumper.
It's the battle for the 5th position. You've also got Chris Elliott in this mix as well. Winner from a couple of heat races ago. And if you're just joining us here for our coverage on FRN of the Talladega Nights Mega Team event, here's a look at where we are on the schedule. We're currently at race number 3 at Kentucky. We've still got 5 more heat races after this, and then the main event at Talladega Nights Super Speedway. First heat race went to Chris Elliott out of the white Dodge SRT team, and then the most recent race at Freedom Motorsports went to the I'm on Fire Pontiac team.
Perry Bond.
Perry Bond going to victory lane.
And I do want to point out, here comes Kelly Orr with Ken. I've been watching these two. Yeah, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
It's a little backstory if you guys didn't know. Ken Roberts spun out in the previous heat race, and Kelly Causey gave him grief for it.
And I'm just trying to figure out, are they going to kill each other prior to this? So if they get around them at the start finish line, battling for the win, will Kelly get him then? Or will Kelly just wait till after the checker and just run into him?
I mean, regardless of who finishes second, who finishes third, they're going to get the same number of points. I don't know if tandeming is an option they have here with only 1 lap left to go to be able to get up
There's
there.
more people coming down pit road. You notice this?
Are there?
I've been
Oh yeah,
seeing
Rod Weston
people come
pit,
down.
Stefano Morrison pit. I don't get that.
I don't understand that.
It's
Unless
got to be
tires
tires.
are really bad.
Yeah, it's got to be tire wear, right? That's the
Because
only
of the
thing I can
incidents
think
earlier,
of.
probably. But I didn't see Hewlett get involved in anything.
I
earlier.
didn't
That's what I'm
either.
saying.
Yeah, 2 or 3 cars had to pit here, but it's going to be another win for the white Dodge SRTs. Alex Moe going to pick up the victory in his first start of the night in the number 29 car.
Waiting for it, waiting for it, waiting for it.
Up
Is he going to do it? Is he going to kill him? There he goes.
It had to
Kelly
happen at
taught
some
him a
point.
lesson.
It had to happen at some point. You just knew.
Love these little fun little things that they do sometimes. It's always fun.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, no damage. It's not really like a season-long championship on the line. I think they'll get a little bit more serious when we end up obviously getting to the main event because it'll be moderate damage and everything. But with no damage, sprint races, 3 times wear and everything, you know that it's going to be a bit of a crapshoot.
Can I go ahead and bring Alex down? I'm just trying to get all the interviews quickly because we only have a certain amount of time between tracks.
Yep, we'll show real quickly the finishing results here from this heat race. Head into an FRN race break here, and yep, bring him on down.
User was moved to your channel.
Alex, you got a copy of us here in the FRN booth?
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right, so we ended up hearing from your teammate Chris Elliott that you didn't want to run the Freedom Motorsports track, and you wanted to run here specifically. You dominated this thing. You led 13 of the 14 laps. You had the Fords on your back bumper, but never let them really get close enough to make a move. So, what was the mitigating factor here? Is it just a track you like? Was it the random qualifying draw?
I was nervous about the qualifying draw, but once we pulled up, I think I started 4th. But I've raced this version of Kentucky STD before, so I knew which line to come in here and run. It's a fun track. It's a shame it's not in the real NASCAR schedule anymore. But yeah, I ran this track before over at Open Speedway and other leagues, so might have given me a small one-up on some of the competition. I know my teammate Chris, he was struggling to find a line, but he had a good run. He finished there in 7th, so.
I got a quick question, Alex. Regarding the tire wear, how bad was it? Because at the very end of this race, we saw drivers coming down pit road, and I wasn't sure whether it was the reason they're far back or anything. Because Doug Hewlett was up front, and then he just peeled off, and just wondering how bad tire wear was.
Tire wear wasn't too much of an issue. The track has a lot of grip in it. You saw when I was trying to do a burnout, I couldn't really get it to catch. There's too much grip, and then my engine shut off when I was trying to do a burnout there. But tire wear wasn't an issue. The main issue is probably just getting going there. It's very loose on cold tires. It just wants to pull you left and over rotate, you know, those first couple laps. But tire wear wasn't too big of an issue.
So a couple of questions before we let you go. Number one, we're coming back here to Kentucky again in 4 races for these heat races. So we're seeing you back behind the wheel of the 29 once again here when we get to the 1.5 miles.
Yeah, most likely. I didn't run the first 2, so I'm going to be running 4 out of the last 6 here. So I'm going to run here at Cali and then probably Kentucky and Cali again in the next round of races.
So you talked as well about the fact you have a comfort level with that Kentucky track, and you were talking about Chris Elliott there. I mean, with a track that you have that comfort level at, that experience at, how much coaching goes into trying to help the other teammates to be able to get max points overall for your respective team?
I was trying to coach Chris a little bit through the race. I told them what line to run before the race, but Chris was just, you know, had a little problems there back in traffic. So, but I'm all for coaching my team every track here, and hopefully we can continue to run good, finish strong, and win this thing.
All right, well, Alex, congratulations on the win there. 2 now for the White Dodge SRT team. See if we can keep this momentum going. Looking at least right now as the early favorites for this championship with 3 heat races under your belts.
Yeah, we're doing great so far. Thanks, Seth and Jess.
User was
All
moved
right,
out
as
of
Alex
your
will
channel.
reconvene with his team there. You see here our
I
4th track.
I'm going to step away for a few moments, so I'll be right back.
Okay. So our 4th track here, not Auto Club, it's California Speedway. The track, if I recall correctly, I think that the finale was run in the Cars movie as well, even though it didn't look a thing like this. But it's where eventually Chick Hicks went on to win the championship, and everybody thought that was a very popular championship. I'm going to real quickly here, while we got the opportunity, I'm going to bring in a driver because I'd love to get a little bit of an idea, because Jess alluded to this, of why we saw some drivers hit pit road near the end of that Kentucky race. And one of the drivers that I believe was those that hit pit road was Doug Hulick. Let's see if we can dial him up and get a little bit of a behind the scenes of what was going on there for him and a few other drivers.
User was moved to
Hey
your
Doug,
channel.
it's us up here in the FRM booth. You got a copy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing tonight?
So we need you to clear something up for us, because to our knowledge, we knew that with these sprint races, everybody was going to be able to make it on fuel and everything, but we saw you and a few others actually dive onto pit road. Can you enlighten us as to why you had to come down pit lane there around the second half?
From my understanding, we were to pit if we feel we caused an accident.
Oh, okay.
So we were discussing it, and I know I did cause the accident, and I got blasted by someone on a whisper, which wasn't cool. And, you know, accidents happen. But we talked about it, and we said, let's pit. And then I pitted, and I, you know, was still flustered, and I sped through, so I had to get back through the second time.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. We weren't aware about the whole penalty system with the pass-through penalties and everything. But on the flip side, there have been some good runs here tonight for the Gold Cores team. What do you guys do to try and get the momentum to kind of gain back the points there from that Kentucky race here? I mean, obviously we're here at California, and then we're visiting all four of the tracks again here for a second trip before we get to Talladega Night Superspeedway.
Well, you know, we just got to balance out who's the best at each track, and, you know, try to avoid things, and just pray that you finish up front. I don't know.
So you talk about the best at each tracks, and I mentioned about the fact I took part in one of these mega team events at one point, and one of the tracks I had to run was Auto Club, and me and 2 Mile racetracks for some reason just do not seem to get along. Ran really horribly there. Are there tracks that you guys are kind of having to run that's a little bit outside of your comfort zone here with the way that the teams are formulated and whatnot?
Well, my other teammates, they definitely were vocal about which tracks they did not want to run. And, you know, I kind of I was the easy one and said, you know, hey, whatever. I'm not a big fan of Kentucky, but I do like Kentucky. You just got to stay in that upper line. And we just, you know, pick it up. And the second time through, I know I said, hey, I don't want to do this track, but, you know, I'm going to do this track. So, you know, we got Greg and sorry, my whisper team got in there.
Nope, you're all good.
You know, we're just definitely going to focus on, you know, trying to stay out of trouble, trying to stay up front, run the best driver for the best track, and drink some Coors Light afterwards.
There you go. That sounds like a game plan to me. Well, Doug, thanks for clearing that up for us. You know, some of the stuff we're able to kind of figure out, but some of the stuff, it's kind of nice to be able to get the point of view from the driver and everything. So appreciate you talking to us. Best of luck here in the next race that we see you in, your team there as well, and good luck here in the second half of these heat races.
10-4. I will be talking to you again tonight when I win.
There you go. That's the confidence we like to. That's Doug Hulick for the Dodge Gold Cores team. All right, so
What happened?
we got it cleared up, Jess. So apparently the drivers, when we saw them coming to pit road there for that Kentucky race, if you cause an incident and you feel you were at fault, you have to serve a pass through, and that's what a number of them were doing.
Oh. Well, why didn't you listen to us go over and over and over and over?
Why wasn't he on pit road every lap?
I
don't know.
I can't help it. So what's going on here?
We're gridding
Anything
up.
fun?
I think we're gridding up for the fourth heat race. And
Chris Van...
You'll get it by the end of the night. I believe in you.
I'm trying. What is it?
Valit.
Valit.
Valit. I believe he's Canadian. I think it's a French
Him
Canadian
and Rod
name.
West in front, huh?
Yep. And then looks like Alex Moe going to be in the 29 again. Second straight race for him.
Are you
after
sure?
coming. Well, he hasn't ungridded. So it looks like he's staying on track. Blaine Donlin in the 33. Gary Heiser in the 83. Greg Palmer in the 11. Eric Lovell in the 80. Jeffrey Elliott in the 2. Mark Pagley in the 10. Doug Firth, the 38. Denny Carroll in the 3. Greg Lovell in the 41. Another poor qualifying draw, but it helped him to a top 5 run in the first race at Homestead. Dan Lovell in the 32 and Stefano Morrison in the 39. I'm trying to remember. Is this Blaine's first race of the night or second?
No, I thought he raced earlier.
Okay. Okay, so it might be his second. That's the one driver I couldn't remember.
I thought he raced earlier. I might be mistaken what I thought anyway.
Well, we're in the fourth race. I don't know if you could work it out where a driver would only run one.
This is Heiser's second. I know that.
Jeffrey Elliott's second.
Yeah, I remember. I thought Blaine was in a wreck earlier on.
Okay.
And he was way at the back. I think that's what happened to him.
Was that at Freedom?
What?
Was that at Freedom Motorsports?
Was it? I don't know whether it was the first or second one.
Yeah, I can't remember either. But here we go. 13 laps around the 2-mile California Speedway. And Chris Van Vliet.
05.
Yeah, Grip 05, yeah.
They're 3 wide already. Back here.
Trying every lane.
Whoa, hold on to it, Eric. Whoa, there they go.
Whoa! On the apron. Oh, and it's friendly fire. Dan Lovell in the 32. Blaine Donlin in the 33.
Here.
Oh, yep.
Pagley around. Wham, hits the inside wall hard.
And Denny Carroll in the 3. And then he's going to get a hit from Dan Lovell in the 32. Fortunately, there's no damage. They can keep going.
All right, so based on this now, we now have a 7-car pack up front here, Seth.
And a couple of stragglers that might be able to catch back up as well. I think the 38 of Doug Firth might have a shot at catching up.
3 wide off of the corner. They're going to settle. Whoa!
Whoa! Yep, that's Gary Heiser. Greg Lovell's going to tag him.
The wall. Palmer's still going though.
Jeffrey Elliott was in it.
Like Weston and Alex are going to skedaddle away a little bit.
And you're going to have the white Dodges here together again, broken up by the 43 of Rod Weston. But going back to the move there from Greg Lovell through 1 and 2, Jess, just remember that white line's not out of bounds. It's a suggestion of where the banking ends and the apron begins, but you can run down there on the apron if you wanna.
I would rather not.
I'm just saying, it's an option.
Yeah, Firth, Palmer, Chris Van Vliet, Rod Weston.
You got it. You got it.
Shut up.
Greg Palmer, I think if I recall correctly.
We've been doing NR online for like 10 plus years, so shush.
Palmer, if I recall correctly, in his first start of the night was caught up in an early incident. We really didn't get to see him up at the front, so he's in that fourth position right now.
Well, Palmer also hit the wall when that secondary wreck happened.
That's right.
Hit that late, but that's why he lost a little bit of time, but he kept going. So he's still here, like we said, no damage, but that little bit of the wall will hinder a little bit of speed and just aggravate you a little bit because it's done that to me definitely quite a few times. But now Palmer's going to look on the inside of the 28 machine. Is he going to get it? Looking, and he's going to get it.
Might. Yep, he cleared him. Looks like that middle line's a viable
And just
choice
be an
here, 3 and
idiot.
4.
And just to be an idiot here, Seth, we're talking about how they're racing. Imagine how we would race.
Oh gosh. Well, if it were me, I'd be at the back. I remember the Auto Club race I was in for their Mega Team event. I couldn't get the car to turn. I was knocking down the wall. Speaking of which, Chris Van Vliet just did that off of turn 2.
He knows that was white. He was wondering if it was marshmallow flavored.
He wanted to see if he brushed the wall, if the white paint would actually show on the white wall.
Had the blue wall for what was it, Auto Club?
For Auto Club,
and I kept aggravating you about Blueberry.
I do remember that. Yes. Palmer's on the move. He's up to third and looking for second.
Yeah, I was going to say Palmer's closed in on Weston now. He's going to be challenging for second not too long from here. I
And
mean,
how
it's
about the Air Force
halfway now.
cars? 4th and 6th right now. 38 of Doug Firth and the 39 of Stefano Morrison.
Heiser back here has caught Paglia and Donlin and Jeffrey Ellie. Jeffrey Ellie, this is his second race too.
And these are important points back here. They may only pay out maybe 1, 2, 3 points, but it could be a difference maker at the end of the night.
And Chris is getting passed by Stefano.
So that'll move both of the Silver Air Force Chevys
Probably
into
had
the
a
top
good
5.
run.
Yeah.
They've been struggling tonight.
I think the best finish they've gotten tonight so far might have been Morrison finishing, I think it was like 6th or 7th in one of the heat races. Javier Negron's flipped twice.
Paglia was doing pretty decent, and he got involved in that wreck last time. He's not having a good night tonight, unfortunately. I don't know if I just said he was, but I didn't mean that. Paglia is struggling. We had Godfrey doing pretty decent. He struggled. So there's a lot of drivers struggling with these little small
you're right.
races.
I think Palmer's en route to the best finish so far tonight for the Blue Dark Horses.
I mean, it's just really weird to see. A lot of these drivers had a lot of experience in this, and no damage, Seth. What can you say? No damage in times 3 wear.
That's the thing. They've got experience in the lengthy races where you kind of have to back off and plan for a long run, not for dashes with no damage.
Fuel.
Exactly.
And all that, so.
Yeah, so it's maybe a little bit outside of what they're used to.
Well, I have a question too, and I probably should have asked Jeffrey, but maybe you know the answer to this. You probably don't, and if you don't, that's fine. But a while back when I was running here and there over here, they were doing these races and getting points and all in the big main races. Whoever wins big main races would be locked in their all-star race. Are they doing this as well for
I don't think so, because this is actually a comeback for Talladega Nights. Talladega Nights was kind of in retirement for quite a number of months and then came back here just running these Team Mega events. So I don't think this is going to put them in like future all-star races at this point in time.
Alright, so the all-star races have not been announced.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Palmer back here just relaxing. I don't know whether he can't seem to get the run that he wants. I mean, you see him getting a run right there on Weston, and then just... I don't know whether he's just wanting to sit there and ride. What do you think, Seth? He's only got like 4 laps to figure out what he wants to do.
Yeah, he's now going to kind of look to the inside, but I'm almost wondering, with the longer the run's gone on, if maybe there's just not the confidence to go down there to the bottom to make a move now without the car pushing up. I mean, we even saw Rod Weston try to run a half groove lower to get some clean air to the nose, running in the draft there of race leader Alex Moe. See right there, it runs down, Alex Moe crosses down from top to bottom, puts the dirty air back on the nose of the 43, and here comes Palmer now for second with that loss of momentum off of 4.
Well, Palmer is going to have a really decent entry if he is able to stay alongside here in turn 1, which doesn't look like it. Looks like Weston got him.
Not able to arc it in there with Weston having that higher entry. And Doug Firth is reeling the top 3, and don't count the 38 out. We've still got 2.5 to go here.
Is this weird for you right now?
In what way?
To actually have a commentator up here talking about the race instead of saying, yeah.
Instead of me with my thoughts?
Instead of saying, oh, Seth, you know what would be really interesting if we did this? And then you ask a question that demands an answer, and the reply you get back is like, yep, maybe. I don't know. Let me go back and look at my phone.
It's really strange. I get to actually watch for a while somebody else talks.
Love you, Michael.
This 38, I tell you what, he's utilized the draft. I think he's got a shot at a podium finish here. He might not necessarily have enough time to get up there to Alex Moe for the win, but this is a great job by Doug Firth, who was all by himself and had to reel in 3 cars.
That was something that happened earlier on. He was way back there, and then he was able to start getting through those wrecks and constantly keep forging forward. And we talked about him in the other Air Force of, who was the other Air Force driver
Stefano
here?
Morrison.
Yeah, and where is he at now?
He's still 5th. That was the white flag right there for Alex Moe. Looking for 2 in a row and looking for 3 wins in the first 4 heat races for the White Dodgers.
Why am I... Oh, that's why, because I was on a lap down car. That's why. Shush.
And that'll do it.
I haven't played with an R like this in a while, so shush.
Well, Alex Moe through 3 and 4. Gonna go 2 for 2 in back-to-back races. He won at Kentucky, and now he's gonna take the checkered flag here at Auto Club.
No, he's gonna hit the brakes and let Greg win.
Of course. That would be the sportsman thing to do, right?
Well, we've already interviewed Alex, so are we going to interview him again, or what you want to do?
Yeah, we'll probably get a hold of Alex, maybe dial up Greg Palmer as well, who did snipe the second position from Rod Weston there coming to the line.
I wouldn't mind, if it's okay with you, if we got Rod and Greg.
Yeah?
I mean, if you
Yeah,
still want to give Alex?
We got the time to squeeze them in, and if we don't have the time, we can talk to them during the next heat race if they're not taking part.
Do we want to get Alex, though?
Yeah, let's grab Alex here. We're going to show the Fisher results and
User was moved
see if we can
to
get
your
him
channel.
here. Talking once again to Alex Moe. You got us, Alex?
Yes, sir.
Man, I'll tell you what. Same song, second verse from Kentucky. Out in front. Dominated this one. Led 12 of the 13 laps. I mean, the White Dodge team's on a roll. 3 checkered flags in these first 4 heat races.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. We think we're in good shape here, and another win doesn't hurt, so.
Now, obviously, all of you are going to be on track there for the Talladega Night Super Speedway race. So was this kind of the goal coming in? Get these checkered flags, get these max points so that if, 1, 2, 3 of you have trouble in the Super Speedway race, you've got a little bit of a points cushion buffer?
Yeah, that always helps out. Like I said, these heat races can go either way. So having that buffer going into the second half of the heat races here will definitely help us.
How multi-groove is this racetrack here? Because it kind of looked like when you and the 11 and the 43 were lined up nose to tail, you kind of all were just kind of stuck there. We saw Palmer make a late move for second place, but it just kind of seemed like maybe that low line's not there for grip, especially the longer the run goes on.
Well, it's Cali. It's a multi-group track. You can run low, you can run high here. Everyone has their own preference on colder tires, and when the tires are fresh, you can really throw it around towards the latter half of the run. It's better to run a little bit higher, but yeah, and it's multi-group. It's fun track. I love Cali. It's my home track. I've been to the races here in real life 7-8 times.
So is that why you're racing California instead of wanting to race Kentucky the next time by, or what?
Well, I think we go back to the original order, so I'm probably going to sit out these next 2 and then race Kentucky and Cali again to close it off before the Talladega main.
Well, so far you're batting 1,000. 2 races you've started. You've gone to victory lane in both of them, back-to-back races as well. So enjoy your little break there.
Hey, Seth, I usually race with Alex over in Bass with Randall.
Right.
Whenever I do show up. So with him coming over here and bouncing all over the place, I'm wondering if he actually picked up that golden horseshoe from Jeremy and Shilling and
is that where it went? Maybe. If he goes 4 for 4, I think he definitely stole the golden horseshoe for sure. But
We'll
Alex,
see, but I'm proud of the start that our team is off to here, and I hope you guys are having fun up there in the booth. This is, a fun event, these mega team races that Elliott puts on, and, it's glad to see Talladega Nights back. So this is fun tonight. Hope everyone's enjoying.
Absolutely. I mean, we've just been sitting here watching it all go down. Feel like we've been more spectators than broadcasters here tonight, but we'll let you get back at it, Alex, and guess we'll see you on the track in the next 2 heat races here when we get back to the Kentucky. So best of luck to you and your team continuing on here. Currently 3 out of 4 wins. So great job and best of luck here continuing.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Seth and Jess.
User was moved out
Want
of
to
your
grab
channel.
Greg?
User was moved
I
out
don't
of
want
your
to
channel.
grab Greg. It's kind of a really bad idea to grab someone who keeps messing with me.
I made Greg cry during the driver intros for some reason. Greg, you got us?
Nobody makes me cry.
All right,
No, Seth asked me if I wanted to grab you. There's a problem with that.
What's wrong with that, Mrs. Palmer?
Whoa.
Okay, so apparently I'm going to be eliminated from the rest of the championship races in RTG after next race.
If I see a 22 flying through the air, I'll know why. Greg, obviously 1 position shy of the victory, but a great battle there on that final lap between you and Rod Weston. I believe this is actually the best finish so far here in the heat races for the Blue Ford Dark Horses. Also, What were some of the things you were experiencing, though, in trying to set up the pass there in the final few stages? Because we were trying to figure out, there were a couple of times you would get a run the front straight, but you would just ride in line going through 1 and 2. Were you waiting until the very end, or was there just not a whole lot of confidence on that inside line to be able to make the pass?
No, I was definitely saving tires. My right sides, definitely. My right front was, well, it was running hot. So later in the run, the tires wear out. So I knew I had to run on them. I knew I could make the pass. I just had to wait till like maybe 3 to go and make my move, and I did.
So we're not going to have you give away too much because obviously you kind of want to maybe keep some strategy under your hat. But now we're into the second half of these heat races. We're going back to the same tracks we've been going to. There's been some good runs, but there's been some tough luck runs here for the Dark Horse Blue Forts. What kind of a team meeting has been going on here in trying to get the luck turned around? Because obviously it's looking like the White Dodges are the team to beat.
Yeah, it seems like that, but hey, we're a good team. We got caught up in other people's mess. So, wrong place, wrong time. So we're going to try to make this the right place, right time. We started off with that second place at California, and we're just going to continue from there.
There you go, maybe setting the tone here for this second half of the heat races. Great run to start it off there with that runner-up finish, Greg. Congratulations, and yeah, best of luck to you, Roberson, Paglia, Godfrey, as you try and crawl back into this thing here, get back into the points gap. And obviously we know you guys are going to be formidable when we get to the super speedway race here for the finale.
Oh, you know it, definitely, man. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Seth and Jess.
Fourth, don't you mean to take away that a little bit? It's good luck to Roberson and Paglia and Godfrey. Yeah.
There you go.
Thanks for talking with us, Greg.
The 4 amigos.
There you go.
The 3 amigos and 1 person that is named Greg.
I love you too, Jess.
I feel like I'm having to be a referee here or something. Each go to your corners.
Alright, so I don't think we're going to have enough time to get Rod, are we?
I
don't know if he's running this.
Yeah, that's the thing. How about we wait till they grid up, and then we'll see if maybe we can drag him in if he's not racing.
If he's not racing.
Yeah, if he's not racing. We'll keep an eye on that here. So, again, if you're just joining us, this is the Mega Team event for Talladega Nights, the first of 8 Mega Team events that they're going to be having. We'll be back again Saturday night doing it all over. I think it's going to be different drivers on different teams, though, so mixing it up a little bit here. It's really been the white I'll say it correctly, the white Dodge SRTs. There we go, I got it. That have dominated so far, winning 3 of the first 4 heat races. You look at the schedule, we're currently on race number 5. We've run the 4 different racetracks for their heat races. The first time round, we're now reshuffling, coming back to Homestead. We'll be back to Freedom, back to Kentucky, back to California again. Since we've got the 4 tracks already kind of under our belt here with taking a little bit of notes here, Jess, what do you think? Do we see kind of the same here in this second Homestead race, the early wreck, try to avoid, and then have maybe just a handful of drivers battling it out?
Well, if we get the same amount of people who ran this the first time by, they would probably understand what to expect based on that first race, so they'll probably take a little bit more calmer. But based on the importance of getting to the front, and Rod's actually on track.
Yep, I did notice that.
But,
yep.
So my point is, if that's the case, we've seen how up front they can wreck, back they can wreck, mid-pack they can wreck, and then even if you're not wrecked, it takes you a while to make a move to catch whoever's in the lead. I mean, we saw it like just a moment ago. I can get my words out. Palmer trying to make a move on Weston. Weston couldn't close in on Alex the way he wanted to. I mean, think about that. Think about how long of a run that took. Think about how hard it was for them to actually get a run on Denny before, I think it was Chris that went on the high side and went around him. So, I mean, you got that to think about.
What do you think with that move of Chris Elliott? Do you think that we get to the closing stages here, drivers are going to be looking more to get to the right rear of a driver to make a pass rather than try a slide job down on the bottom?
Well, you try a slide job, we've seen people lose it a little bit, like the back end kicks out.
True.
So I wouldn't trust that unless I knew that it would hold. And plus with that the tire temperatures they're talking about it going up and everything, I'm just concerned about that too. You don't want to overshoot it, only to slide right back up.
That's a great point. The drivers taking part here in our 5th heat race of the night, Jeffrey Elliott and Bob Dixon going to be the front row. Eric Lovell, Mark Paglia, row 2. Dan Lovell, Stefano Morrison, row 3. Row 4 will be Ken Robertson, Randy Waugh. Top 10, Doug Kulik and Ulysses Sandoval. You got Doug Firth, Rod Weston, Chris Elliott, who won the first time we were here at Homestead in the first heat race, and the driver we just talked to moments ago, Greg Palmer. Or in your case, the other guy from the Dark Horse team.
There's a reason why I call them a dark horse. That means that there are 3 people that are living, breathing horses, and one that's a dark thing that doesn't even need to be talked about.
Gotcha. 3 wide back here. That's the 32 of Dan Lovell shooting up the middle with Randy Waugh and
Well, we gotta remember, they're gonna
Mark
be really
Paglia.
careful about that inside off of 1. I mean, I know they're just coming off 3 and 4, but with the way they're positioning themselves side by side going into 1, that's what's really sketchy is when they're side by side.
Oh!
There we go!
There goes Ulysses.
Bye, Ulysses.
You know, I think
Anyway.
because he didn't have a livery, the car wasn't aerodynamically sound. That's why it spun.
We'll figure out more to add to that later.
I'm running with that narrative. He may dispute it, but for now I'm running with it.
But you see what I was talking about, that even if you don't have anyone around you, that back end can kick out, and there's someone warping up there.
I think that's the 38? No, 39.
39.
Stefano Morrison.
I'm just really sketchy about going on that bottom based on what we've seen. I mean, the bottom is where everyone wants to run, but it pushes up so much, and that wear just aggravates going into 1 and 2. I would not want to be running there. I mean, you know where that little dark grayish is, where the 39 is running right now? That's pretty much where I would like to run if I could.
And if I remember correctly, you talk about like that dark gray area. If you watch them again this time through 1 and 2, you've got a dark gray area in the middle and then a light gray area down there towards the bottom. I think that right in between there's a grip line, and there is a pretty significant transition of grip from one lane to the other. So you get your left sides on the one type of grip, your right sides on the other type of grip. They don't match up, and I think that might have been why we saw the 0-1 go around.
Would you like to mix it up a little bit for a second?
In what way?
And having a randomer come up here real quick.
Sure. Who you got?
User was moved to
I
your
want to
channel.
bring in
Hey.
John Godfrey.
There we go. John, you got us?
I got you guys.
All right, so we're going to have you watching this heat race with us. Obviously, little bit of a slow start for the Blue Ford Dark Horse team, but Greg giving you that podium finish in the Auto Club race, or the California race. I said it was an Auto Club, and now I say it's Auto Club. I'm going against my own rules. But, yeah, I mean, when you're sitting there on the sidelines watching this go down, what kind of a role are you taking on?
Well, I was trying to spot for Mark, but he's doing just fine without me. But we'll take all the points we can get.
You see Mark right now holding down that 8th position, getting pressured from the 26 of Chris Elliott. So obviously you guys had an opportunity to go through these 4 tracks with the heat races. What kind of strategy do you formulate now going back to them?
Just not getting the same wrecks we've been taken out in earlier. We've had a rough go of it in some of these races.
Watching a little bit of contact up here as well. Has it been more about avoiding the wrecks rather than being aggressive, picking up the position, at least in the early going of these ones now?
Whoa, wow,
Man.
39. Wow, did you see that?
Yep, getting into the 82 of Randy Waugh.
Talk about being aggressive, right?
Yeah, I mean, we give you guys, a 5% race, no damage. Hey, go out there, get what you can get. It looks like you guys are willing to use every bit of the race car.
It's dog eat dog, Seth.
Battle for the lead. Bob Dixon looking on the bottom of Dan Lovell. Jeffrey Elliott looking on there.
So John, did you get to decide what tracks you wanted, or was? Oh, there's a wreck back here.
Oh yeah.
Rod drowned.
Another teammate taken
That's
out.
Palmer in the 11.
Good. At least I can chew him out now.
Yeah, you weren't here, John, but apparently there was a little spiff going on between Greg and Jess, and now there's some favoritism going on in the booth.
Oh yeah. But
Yeah,
anyway,
we're having a rough night.
Yeah, like are you guys choosing where you wanted to race, or are you just randomly getting put in position? Like how are you guys
Yeah,
going about it?
we have a quick discussion before each one, see who's strongest at that track, and it's kind of done by committee.
And are you guys like, for the most part, like running the same tracks here down this this second half, or are you changing it up a little bit?
Yeah, we're trying to change it up a little bit.
But we still know that you're going to run the plate track, right?
Oh, everybody's running the plate track.
Well, I'll be there. Yep.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think I'll stick around for that.
Is there any way I could get in and let Palmer come up here and at least he can actually do something?
You mean we'd have to look at the well, we're already looking at a generic car with Ulysses. We'd have to look at another generic car in the 94?
Doesn't matter. At least I get the job done compared to Palmer.
Don't spit out on the third lap like Ulysses or something.
I'll race super speedway
no,
with you
there's
any
a
day,
good chance. There's a good chance that Palmer and I would have a nice little fun time over in Argentina next week.
It's gonna be interesting too, John, because you've taken part in like the team races that just ran at Talladega Night Super Speedway, and we've covered some of them. You guys will sometimes have 5-6 drivers on a team. I mean, you're only going to have 4 drivers on a team here tonight in that main event. How difficult is it going to be to get yourselves organized up, find each other in the field with a fewer number of drivers on the team?
Well, it's also a smaller field, and we're only going to have at best 32 cars.
Good
so
point.
I think we'll be all right.
3 wide.
Actually, I've raced in some of the ones where we had upwards of 10 team cars, Seth, and it gets a little confusing then.
I'm sure it is.
Going back to this real quick, and I don't mean to be cutting us off here, but you got Chris Elliott trying to dog his way into this top 5, and he's caught up on the high side. He went to the bottom to like cut the end diamond it, you know what I mean? Just cut and diamond it to get a little bit of a run, which he did. Paglia got up under him, and it's like Paglia's kind of holding him up there where he can't do nothing. We're on the white flag lap now.
And it's
It
Dan
looks like it's
Lovell.
going to be really good for the teammate machines here of Dan Lovell and Ken Roberts.
Yeah,
But
the black Chevy Hearst cars looking maybe to go 1-2 if Dan Lovell, or correction, if Ken Roberts can snipe that second spot from Jeffrey Elliott. Almost got taken 3 wide by Eric Lovell.
So John, well,
Yes.
Paglia.
Oh, he hangs on to it.
John, based on how we know, as we see
Dan Lovell
Dan Lovell's going to win this, but I did want to ask John, you know how the competition is really fierce over in RTG about winning a race or at least trying to get up front, etc. That's just a plate thing that I know of. How much harder is it in the heat races to win, even though they're just enjoying themselves and doing this? I mean, I'm sure there's a mentality behind it of like points in their opinion where they have to be at. Like, how much more difficult is it to actually try to win, let alone get a top 5 here in these heat races?
Yeah, it's the same fierce competition, Jess. Everybody's looking for those points. They know they got to get both team cars up towards the front to rack up the points, and I guess that's the strategy of the White Dodges. They seem to be cleaning house right now.
There's no like patience or just relaxing, saying, okay, well, I'll just finish top 10 and I'll be okay. It's like we all got to go third, we all got to be first, we all got to be second. There's like no like mentality of patience and just chill.
No, the races are too short and the tire wear is up, so you got to go.
All right, well, John, we'll let you get back out of here. We appreciate you joining us here for this heat race, getting a little bit more of an inside look at what the drivers are experiencing, whether they're behind the wheel or watching on their teammates and everything. Appreciate you taking the time to join us here.
Okay, guys,
Thank
you.
Just do me a favor when you get up there, and you know I got you on Whisper, so I'll probably aggravate you later about it if you did. But when I move you back in, tell Greg golf clap.
Okay.
User was moved out of your channel.
All
All right,
right.
who do we move down?
We
Dan?
got to get Dan. Dan Lovell getting the first win of the night for the Black Chevy Hearst team in what was almost a 1-2 finish. Ken Roberts going to
User
finish
was
in
moved to
fourth.
your
Dan,
channel.
you got us up here in the FRM booth?
He couldn't
Yes,
let
sir, I
Kelly
do.
have any fun with Ken Roberts, so I'm just glad Dan won,
Yeah, I'm
not Ken.
Dan, I mean, great run here in the second trip to Homestead,
Shoot.
Miami. I mean, it looked like the White Dodgers threw down the gauntlet in the first half, but hey, a first and a fourth for the Black Chevrolets. You guys look like you're answering that challenge.
Yeah, we're putting it on. Homestead's my favorite track of all the tracks on the game, so of course I'm going to run this track. I'm pretty solid here, so a second and a first on this track, I'm happy. Tough race, man. Jeffrey will put it on you. He races real hard, and I seen Eric coming back there. Eric has come a long way. That boy has really improved. So I'm proud to see him get a third place finish there. And it's just a good race for everybody, except for maybe a couple that got caught up in something early there. But yeah, appreciate you guys. That was fun.
Hey Dan, real quick, how long's Eric been racing? Because I've seen you, Brian, and Greg for years since Insomniacs and stuff. So how long has Eric been running?
He's probably been racing about 8 months, I'd say.
All right, so basically still relatively new out of the water here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was funny when we came into the team speak. Jess was going down the driver list, and she says, "There's another level."
Yeah, he's been around for a little bit. I mean, he's come a long ways. He's took a lot of training from me and Greg and Brian and Denny and others. We've helped him, and he's just a natural. He's like his daddy. He's just good at it. Greg's his dad.
So Dan, obviously some unique tracks here for these heat races. When we get to the Super Speedway, obviously you guys are very familiar with Talladega Night Super Speedway and everything. With these particular tracks, we see passing in the early going, and then it looks like everybody kind of gets into a status quo, like the track position early on is very important. With the random qualifying draw and everything, how important is it for your team specifically to garner positions up towards the front of the field to try and preserve those spots?
Well, I mean, tonight so far, I've started almost in the back or near the back on almost every race except for a couple. Yeah, it's very important to get that track position because tires start to wear, makes it a little harder to get up beside of somebody, especially tracks like this. You get on the bottom, you really got to let out of it because those tires want to slide once they start losing some tread on them. So, yeah, it's just you got to get that position early and try to hold on to it and not make any mistakes. I probably would have won that first Homestead race if I hadn't messed up in turn one on the very last lap. I had it in the bag until I let that 26 slip by me, but that kind of stuff happens. You can't run a perfect lap every lap.
Dan, I'm gonna slightly insult you and offend you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just gonna put this out there. I felt so much better not seeing an Eagles or a Bills car.
Oh no!
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Maybe that's what you want to do: start winning races. No Eagles.
Yeah, I haven't run Eagles car in a while actually. Frank's painted us a lot more cars, than we used to have, and shoot, I've got a big selection to make now. So I haven't run my Eagles car in a little while. So I try not to offend you too much anymore. Except next race I see you, and I'll make sure I bring that car to the table.
Yeah,
maybe have one of the team car teams be like Eagles or something. Eagles
Just
related.
because you had to throw that insult out there. Yep, I'm gonna race it next time.
Hey, we've got the U.S. Air Force birds, so we can have Philadelphia birds as well.
No.
There you go.
Stop before you get right tomorrow.
Dan, great run there. Good runs at Homestead here for you as well, and yeah, looking like the Black Chevy Hearst team might be making a bit of a comeback here. Down the home stretch of the heat races, so best of luck as you continue to try to do so.
Let's make it happen.
User was moved out of your
Obviously,
channel.
folks, we don't have the points in front of us. We're just showing you the finishing results, letting you try and maybe do the calculations. That's going to be up to the admins after the race is over and everything. We're just trying to maybe give a calculated guess of where we think the teams are right now. I think clearly the White
you're
Dodgers...
still doing this? Are you kidding me?
I'm trying to.
You cannot go and just relax.
No, apparently I can't.
Freaking night when they tell you don't worry about the points. Jeffrey said, don't worry about, just relax. And all that. No. Seth's on top of everything. You know what? You keep on, they're going to end up keeping you in here to do points for them all the time. I mean, come on. Lap by lap points? Come on, Seth, calm down.
Hey, so you're saying if broadcasting goes belly up, then I have a job as a human calculator?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you and Charles probably would, but yeah.
Charles would be a lot better at it than I would. Let the math teacher do it. By the way, for anybody that's wondering, Jess is a Miami Dolphins fan. That's why the whole rivalry going on there with the Eagles and Bills. We don't have Nofsker in the field, so you don't have to worry about the Bills side anyways.
Well, actually, with Nofsker, it's a little bit more tamed with him compared
Who's
to...
the other Bills fan that races here? I think it's Josh Slocum. Would drive the 2 Bills cars. So yeah,
there was another driver. I'm trying to figure out who it was.
Eric Lovell drove Colt's car. I know.
Well, the Colts are fine.
Yeah, for the Colts don't bother you for that one. Yeah.
No, the Colts actually do not bother me. I'm actually okay with the Colts.
Somebody drove. Oh, who was it? Somebody drove a Patriots car. Oh gosh, I wish I could remember now. There was somebody in when we were broadcasting Talladega Nights races, they were in a Patriots car, and I can't remember who it was now.
I wouldn't know myself either, but we're about to start racing here in 30 seconds.
And Greg Palmer is going to line up on the front row with somebody. Looks like it might end up being Chris Van Vliet.
Who? Who's on the pole?
The 11 car.
Who? I thought who's on first, right?
Oh, that's true. Who's in the first turn? What's in the second turn? I don't know. Is in the third.
So
turn.
Who's on the pole? Who's on first? Get it?
Who's on the pole? I'm trying.
Who's on first?
I'm trying to think of a nursery rhyme that mentions a pole. I can't think of anything. So Palmer will have the front row with Chris Van Vliet, Bob Dixon. In the second White Dodge entry in this race, Denny Carroll. In the 3, Randy Waugh in the 82, Alex Ortiz in the 81. Perry Bond, who won this track's first heat race back in heat race number 2. Going to be starting mid-pack. We just talked with Dan Lovell. He's back behind the wheel of the 32 here for this one. Doug Hewlick in the 42. Blaine Donlin in the 33. Doug Firth in the 38, Greg Lovell in the 41, then Javier Negron and Toby Roberson will bring up the rear of the field. Hopefully this time we see all laps turned by the 37 Javier Negron with his wheels on the ground. He's 2 for 2 in flipping in his starts so far here tonight.
So I want to do exclamation point eject number 11.
You don't have server admin there.
Shush! They don't know that.
You could do
look at this racing up front right here.
Jess, you may not have the power to eject, but you do have the power to pull to eject.
Shush, stop tempting me.
Make it a democracy.
Look at how wide they were. 3 wide back here.
They were almost 4 wide. And Chris Van Vliet's going backwards on that inside line.
You go way on that bottom, it's going to push you up. But we've seen that in the draft. It's really going to be catchy. There they go.
Yikes! That's one of the evil blue Chevys. I think that might have been Alex Ortiz. He's coming back up the track. Everybody's going to avoid him, but Hewlick had to really woe up, and he might lose the draft now.
Well, luckily Hewlick doesn't get a stop for that one.
Good point.
Quick question. Would you be comfortable with Rod finally joining us?
Yeah, we can get a hold of him.
I didn't like how we kind of left him out.
Yep. We can grab a hold of him. We nearly had friendly fire right there from fourth with Perry
Rod.
Bond and Denny Carroll.
Go ahead, Rod.
Rod, you got us?
Yeah, I do.
All right, so we've seen you out on track a few times here. We were going to grab you during the last heat race, but you were a little bit preoccupied at the time. But
then you raced another heat race. So
yeah, so I mean, these heat races have been absolutely wild. What have you been experiencing from behind the wheel of your 43?
Basically, trying to avoid some of the chaos.
Whoa, and there's some right there. Bob Dixon going around from fourth.
So that's kind of what I've been doing, is trying to avoid some of the chaos that happens. These guys with these sprint races, they go pretty quick, and everybody wants to get to the front as soon as they can. So.
I mean, usually when we end up running any type of a race, there's usually a lot of laps. There's going to be pit strategy involved, so you can kind of get yourself into a rhythm, get yourself into a groove. With these sprint races, it's go, go, go every single lap. Does that kind of take you out of a comfort zone a bit as a driver?
You still have to save tires. So even though it's a short race, the pit frequency is up high enough. So if you go out there and just hammer down all the way, you're going to burn your tires up and you're not going to be any good near the end of it. Having no cautions or no really ability to go in and change tires, you try to save them a little bit, and then you just, try to get there. Hopefully in the end of the race that, you're right there.
Perry Bond with a nice save there after some contact
I
with
saw
Greg
that.
Lovell. A lot of
Rod-
times when I'm talking with drivers here, Rod, sorry to cut you off, Jess. I just wanted to ask this quick question. They're usually always thinking about points when we're talking about like a season schedule and everything. We get towards the end of the regular season with playoff spots on the line, or we're in the playoffs. They're always still thinking about points, even with all the other stuff that they're doing out there on the track. How much have you guys as a team been able to kind of keep track of where you're positioned as opposed to all the other teams standing-wise with the points you've accumulated?
We haven't been really keeping track of that. We've had a little bit of bad luck on some of our starts. The lotto draw gives you, sometimes puts you way back. But the points part of it, like in California, the first time around, I finished third. I was running second. I was just happy, just points for the team, doing the best I can with what I had. And then the Kentucky race, my system crashed, so it kicked me out. So I come back in, and so that's why I ran at Homestead this last time.
Whoa! Run around the go.
Friendly
I
fire
went to
there.
Homestead this time just so that I didn't have that problem with that track. So I think I have an issue with that one track.
Some big hits right there. That was friendly fire. Perry Bond turned Randy Waugh into teammate Denny Carroll.
Speaking of teammates, look at this. Rod's teammate Greg Lovell going
there
for
he
the
is, representing the Gold Coors cars.
They're nice looking rides.
Absolutely.
Rod, I have to ask something here. Seth and I we were discussing it earlier. Is it the same team for every weekend, or are they all just going to be shuffled every single weekend?
It's a shuffle every single weekend. You don't know who you're going to be until after this race. I'm not exactly sure what Jeff's method of the madness is, but I was pretty surprised. I had a pretty stout team tonight. We just, like I said, we've just had some bad luck.
So do you take notes and try to figure out, like, from moving on forward to the next shuffle that you guys are going to have, about which tracks you would want to run and what they would want to run, etc., and just keep that note mentality going, like, hey, look, I almost won this race, or I won this race, please put me in this one? Or do you guys just compromise, or you just let them compromise on how they want to put you in there and you just race whatever they want you to race?
Being that this is the first time we've done the Mega Marathon that's actually going to be a series, I was lucky. I got Greg Lovell, Doug Hillick, and Mike Mangialardi. Three of the best guys racing pretty much all the way around. Greg was pretty much saying, I can run anything, and so we just kind of played off the other guys' strengths and weaknesses and decided that's the tracks we're going to run.
All right, well,
Perry Bond's going to have a worn-out right side. He's door-banged a few drivers here tonight in this race. Rod, obviously, we've talked about it before. You here in the races here tonight. Same for Blaine Donlin. You guys do a great job over on Tarnation TV. What do you think? Are you enjoying tonight, or would you rather have the safety of a broadcast booth?
Well, after doing 2 of the Mega Marathons with Blaine, I looked at this, and I'm like, God, they're having so much fun. I said, the next one they're doing, I'm in it. I don't care. Blaine was talking about it. Well, if we get broadcasting with it, we're just going to have you in the car to do it. And I'm like, that's fine. I don't care. I just wanted to get out here and do this.
The Blue Fords, rather, teaming up there. Oh, no! Tony Roberson, after a bad bump from, I think that was Dan Lovell, he goes around. Greg Palmer has lost his dancing partner. Can he keep them at bay through 3 and 4?
No, he cannot. He's blown up. He's going down the road.
He's slowing, ain't he?
Fun. I'm laughing. I'm celebrating up here. I'm happy. I'm jumping
nope,
for joy.
You're going to have to talk with him again. He wins the 5th heat race of the
night. Are you saying you picked a favorite?
No, she's picked an unfavorite. It's the last driver she wants to talk to.
He doesn't exist. Okay?
Sounded to me like she was playing favorites. Like, I want this guy to win. That guy to win.
He's a figment of my imagination.
I mean, technically, if you can have 15 favorites against one person you don't like, I guess that's favoritism.
Yeah, I guess.
All right.
I mean, I have drivers. I understand it. I have drivers that off the track I like. Racing with them, I can't stand racing with them just the way they race.
That's fair. I think everybody's got that.
Yeah.
But
Well,
Robertson,
Rod,
despite the spin out, he's going to get 5th. So top 5 for both of the Dark Horse Blue Fords.
Well, see, I didn't like the fact that we wanted to interview you, and then we said that we would want to. If we weren't racing the next one, we would. If we had time, we would. And then the next race came up. Well, we're going to interview this race. And then all of a sudden you couldn't because why? You weren't available because you were running that race. So
yeah,
it's like,
we got to get the broadcaster in the booth somehow.
I didn't like saying something and not keeping my word on that.
Well, you know, I appreciate you guys bringing me up. I mean,
it's okay. We don't got to interview the winner on this one.
We don't?
Yeah.
Well,
hey, I mean, I do the broadcasting too, with a little bit with Blaine, and I enjoy it. I did it to help out Talladega Nights because they were getting a little dry with their broadcasting, and I come in. As I'm told, I brought it up a little bit of level, I guess. And I understand. I love doing the broadcasting, especially when we get to the last race tonight. I would rather be here with you guys than being out there with them. But unfortunately, we all have to run.
All right, I'm going to move you up, Rod, okay? Rod, you good?
Yes.
All right, I'm moving you up, bud.
All right.
It's been great talking to you.
You as well.
Anything you want to talk before I move him up?
Nope, I think we're good.
User was
I did
moved
think of a
out your
loophole we
channel.
could have done, though, Jess. We could have had Rod interview Greg, and you wouldn't have had to.
Oh, you want me to do that real quick?
No, I think we're okay.
Are you sure? Because I've got his name highlighted still.
Rod might be taking part in the next race, so we'll let him get some track time if that's the case. Again, we don't have a sheet, folks, of who's running where.
Is the track switched yet? Because it hasn't switched for me.
It's swapped over to Kentucky. Yep.
All right, there we go. My thing's trying to load.
Alrighty. Well,
hold on. I'm gonna do this real quick.
Okay.
User was moved. to
So
your
we
channel.
got Joshua Palmer / Greg Metallic here, finally.
Do I just need to take a back seat in this one?
Oh man.
I'm just gonna walk away. I'll be back shortly.
Okay. Well, Greg, I mean, we're starting to see that teams are answering the call, the gauntlet thrown down by the white Dodges in the first 4 heat races. We saw the black Hirsch Chevrolets back in the first race for Homestead, and now here, coming off of the Freedom Motorsports race, top 5s for both of the blue Fords with you going to victory lane. So I asked this when we had Rod up with us here in the booth for that last heat race. Are you guys thinking about points? Are you kind of knowing where you are in position to the other teams, or are you just out there getting the best finishes possible and hoping that the chips fall where you're accumulating the most points at the end of the night?
Exactly, Seth. We're out there just to get the best finishes and just see where the chips fall. If, I know it was a couple of accidents in this race. The white Dodgers had a couple of accidents. Am I correct?
I believe so, yes.
So
yeah,
that
the
opens up
27
the
went
door.
around, we know for sure.
Yeah. So we're just trying to get our best finishes. So, like I said before in the last interview, wrong place, wrong time. We're trying to be in the right place, right time. Luckily, I won this one. I had Toby right behind me before he got bumped going for the checker. So it would have been a 1-2 finish, but we'll take a top 5.
Yeah, and almost a couple of moments of near disaster. One of them for you with the zero sliding up the track and getting into your left side there. You and Roberson, as you pointed out, were working together on that outside line, and you had the zero to the inside. So how much room were you planning on giving there with potentially the zero sliding up again? Because it seemed like it happened a couple of times with him.
Not much. That was, I think, Zero's Perry Bond. Am I correct?
Yep.
He's a great driver. I trust him wholeheartedly. He didn't take me out. Yeah, a little bumping. That's no problem with him. He's a great driver, and I completely trust him.
All right, well, some good momentum for your team here after, as mentioned, both cars finishing inside of the top 5. Almost got that first and second like you were talking about before the unfortunate bump there that sent Roberson around and dropped him a couple of positions back, but still some good points for you guys. Best of luck here with only 2 more heat races before we get the big one there at Talladega Night Super Speedway.
Yeah, I can't wait to get there. I'll be in this race too. So
well, there you go.
Watch out for some live action.
All right, we'll be
So
keeping our
is
eyes
he
out.
who must not be named done? Can I move you know who out, please?
Love you, Jess.
That's Greg Palmer. We'll be seeing
You know, they have given me server power, so don't go that far. You're
I'll talk to you later, man.
That's Greg. We'll be seeing him taking part here in this upcoming 7th of the 8 heat races. Let's bring everybody up to speed on where we're at on the scheduling. So far, 6 heat races under our belt. We've had 5 different drivers go into victory lane. Chris Elliott winning for the white Dodges at the first Homestead race. Perry Bond winning for the orange I'm on Fire Pontiacs in the first Freedom Motorsports race. Alex Moe went back-to-back for the white Dodge SRTs at both the track we're at right now, Kentucky, the first time we went there, and the first iteration of California. Dan Lovell picked up the victory for the Blackhurst Chevrolets in the second trip to Homestead, and most recently, Greg Palmer went to victory lane for the blue Dark Horse Mustangs at the second and final trip to Freedom Motorsports. 2 races left. We're on heat race number 7 here from Kentucky. Defending winner of this one was Alex Mojes, and this was one track that he specifically wanted to run. I think we're probably going to see him again in this race as well as the following California race. Is he the favorite for this one, do you think?
Well, I mean, with the lotto cube being the way it is, if he can start up front, great. But if he's going to be in the back, or like toward the mid and back area, I mean, that's a little bit of work to do based on what we've seen with the wrecks happening, the little urgency to go. You don't want to be caught in something that is not your doing.
Yeah, we've seen Alex Moe at super speedways purposely start at the back, but those are longer races and a lot of time to work the way to the front. I think I'm with you. If he qualifies towards the back, it's going to be a higher task to try and climb your way up to the front.
Well, we also saw that you want to be on the middle to high side if you're going to try to make a pass here because of the pushing up on the entry and exit off turn 1.
Right, good point. Yeah, that dark gray line that we're seeing right there with these cars going into turn 1, not many drivers really like to utilize that. They want to run the groove up above that light gray area, and to your point, makes passing a little bit more difficult. I was going to bring up something too when we were back at the second Homestead race. A lot of different things that drivers have been able to do in terms of putting together a notebook for these, second running of these racetracks. One thing that I was kind of wondering about was knowing the ability of what you can do, how much room needs to be given. Was it going to cut down on the wrecks that we saw? And we've seen some wrecks at Homestead. We saw some wrecks at Freedom Motorsports just recently, but maybe not as many or as early as we saw when we came to these tracks the first time.
Did you just say we went to Homestead the second time already?
Yeah.
Where in the world was I? Because I thought the Homestead was going to be the last race.
No, Homestead was the first one we went to, and we've already.
California's the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting a little shush. Anyway,
aren't we all?
You would know.
I would. I'm an expert on oldness.
You've been there. No. Okay, I am. Yeah, I am old because I just lost what you said.
The wrecks kind of cutting down a little bit from the first time we were at the tracks to now the second times.
Well, I mean, I would hope that they would cut down, but based on what we've been seeing, the urgency to get to the front in the top 5, it's so overwhelming. Because remember we talked to who was it we talked to? Was it Rod or was it who was before Rod?
John.
John. No, not Godfrey. Was it Godfrey? No. It was one of the levels. I think it was Dan.
Oh, it was Dan. You're right.
About the urgency of having to get to the front and whatnot, and having to get there and stay there. I mean, no, it wasn't Dan. Was it Dan? Oh my gosh, I can't even remember now.
It was somebody.
All right, yes, it was one of these guys in here. But we were talking about how quickly you would want to get there for points, or would you just want to be top 5 and top 10 and just focus on that for points, remember? And they said, no, the points, you want to go with the points. The points apparently matter more than anything else, not like who's line, but still.
Well, so far, the only teams that have not won tonight would be the Gold Dodge Cores and the Evil Blue Chevys, as well as the Silver Air Force Chevys. We'll see if any of their representatives
They
win
certainly
here.
baited the mix and talked
For
to
sure.
win, but
Yep. We had, what, 2 of the Air Force cars finish in the top 5 back at, was it Auto Club? Yeah, the first Auto Club race.
well, remember what was it? California.
Or California, yep. I keep making that mistake, I don't know why.
Ha. Okay, a little bit of a 3-wide scenario here between 2 Gold Dodges.
Yep, Ulysses Sandoval, the meat in the sandwich, and he's going back after starting from the pole
There's a wreck
position.
back here way in the
Oh,
back.
and there's another one. Bob Dixon goes around, and he's going to collect up one of the Air Force cars. That's Doug Firth. Alex Ortiz in the 81 way back here. I think he actually EOL'd on the start.
Well, I know someone was kind of hitting the wall a little bit sideways or whatever. That might have been what happened. Ortiz might have hit the wall and bounced way back there.
Could
I
very
just
well
know
have.
that I saw that. That's what I thought there was a wreck. I was going back and look, but nope. Anyway.
There's Alex Moe.
Yeah.
High, wide, and
Yeah.
handsome around the 43 of Rod Weston for 3rd place. Now he's got to get through a wall. That's Kelly Causey and Ken Roberts, the black Chevy Hearst cars.
But you notice all these drivers here. You got Godfrey, Ulysses, Rod, Greg. Then you got Alex himself, obviously. You're saying Kelly Causey and then Ken Roberts. You got these guys who know what they're doing. The level of competition's higher than anything else. So you gotta be really confident in what you can and can't do to sit there and be like that. I mean, look at Alex way on the bottom all by himself.
Whoa.
Rod going by, Ulysses going to go by.
Greg Lovell got a little loose there off
By
of
the
turn
way,
4.
Now we got something else for him, don't we?
For who?
Ulysses no meat sandwich.
Hey, if you want to stay cool, just put a can of Coors on one side of your head and a can of Coors on the other side of your head.
That would explain if he had a head, because he keeps talking about everything that's missing on him.
Well,
whoa!
Yikes! That's Alex Moe in the 29. Good save.
I think Rod went a little bit too much. Rod
Oh, and more contact.
Rod thought it was clear. He went right up there. Nope. You know what's funny? It doesn't feel like it's been over an hour yet.
No, it really doesn't.
Contact between Ulysses and the white machine back there. I don't know who it was.
That was Alex Moe again. Moe has fallen all the way back to around the 7th position after he was up as high as 3rd place.
Yeah, now he's got to make that charge again all over.
What do you think? Do you think that with the white Dodges winning the first 3 of the 4 heat races, they kind of painted a target on their back, and now nobody's giving them any room? They know, hey, we got to keep you in our rearview mirror any way possible, whether it's using the door, using the bumper. No, you're staying back there. We're not letting you get more points.
I'm gonna readjust what you just said here. Whoa, contact! Rod.
And saving it is Rod Weston.
Okay. Well, the way I was looking at it was, I'd rather be in Alex's position where everyone's like slightly bumping me and knocking me out the way instead of that one same driver hitting me every single time.
Yeah, good point. And hey, you're still going too. You're not spun out, so you got a chance to move forward again. I mean, Alex Moe is in 6th and trying to break back into the top 5. He found a lane above Greg Palmer.
And you know I'm cheering.
Any car that passes Greg, you're cheering?
Oh, absolutely. I just think this front two are kind of funny right here. Because whoa, look who they are.
I will point out, Greg winning that last heat race. The heat race before that, he finished last. So
good. I didn't even know he existed. I didn't even know he was in the heat race.
I did make a mental note of that just in case you needed some cheering up.
I couldn't help it. I had to say something.
Got a slower car. That is Alex Ortiz that is going to be ahead of these race leaders who are coming to 6 to go.
Well, what I wanted to say to you is that about the top 2, even though we were joking about Kelly and Ken earlier, I believe it was a race that they both were in where they actually got what, second and third.
It
or
was
what
this.
Was
it was this track. It was this track.
Was it this track?
Yep, the first Kentucky race.
And that actually did a really good job on them. I mean, they didn't win it, I don't think. I know Dan won one of the races for these guys, so there are points battling up there with the whites. That's for sure.
For sure. And also, you've got a couple of races ago, Dan Lovell winning for the Blackhurst Chevy. So yeah, definitely looks like they may be some of the front runners in challenging the White Dodge SRTs. That just
wow, just Ortiz trying everything he can to hang on to that car.
So I just had a brain glitch moment because I said SRTs and you said Ortiz, and I didn't know which word I actually said because they sound so similar.
Congratulations, Alex.
I thought I said for a moment Alex, or I thought for a moment I said S Ortiz instead of Ortiz.
Well, you know what you did for me a while back when you painted me a Ford Thunderbird on the Mustang body?
Yep. I also coined the word Chevrolet Camrio.
Yeah, but there was also something recently you did too.
Oh, Michael Super Speedway car, I painted him a bored Mustang.
Yeah, and now I'm thinking about us doing a Dodge SRT and just putting Alex Ortiz. Yeah.
Don't tempt me.
Oh, a little bit of contact back there. There wasn't massive contact, but there was a little bit of contact with Rod Weston back here.
Your top 5 have broken away, coming to 2 to go this time. You've got teammates Ken Roberts, Kelly Causey, then Greg Lovell in the Coors car. The Dark Horse Mustang of John Godfrey right now in 4th, and then Alex Moe still hanging there in the 5th position, but he's running out of time.
You know what I got to thinking about? Matt Stern would be very proud of this team.
He would. The Coors? Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, I'm sorry to bring him up. I don't know how well he is welcomed here or whatever, and if it's something bad, I apologize. But Matt Stern, big Coors fan.
Well, another guy that was very well known for running Coors cars, Billy Ellison.
Yeah, he kept going and nicknamed Silver Bullet, though.
That's right. White flag in the air.
Yeah. I haven't seen Billy over here, though.
Ken Roberts, I think the goal here is clear. Ken Roberts go win this thing. Kelly Causey going to play defense in that second position.
Trying. Godfrey going for 3rd.
Not quite going to be able to make it work. He'll slam the door on Alex Moe.
Really? That's rude.
One more chance through 3 and 4 for Godfrey.
Alex is like, no, I'm going this way.
Oh, we had some smoke there in 3. Somebody went around. Oh, that's one of the white Dodges up in the wall.
He's trying to wreck Godfrey. What in the heck?
It didn't work. Godfrey got 3rd. Lovell will get 4th and Alex Moe 5th. But one of the white Dodges there, was Bob Dixon, was facing the wrong way up against the outside wall when the leaders were coming through 3 and 4. So that was a little nerve-wracking there for the front runners.
There's like clusters all over the track right now.
So Ken Roberts gets his first win of the night. That's the 2nd win of the evening for the Blackhurst Chevys, and they go 1-2. That's going to help them make huge gains on the white Dodge SRTs.
Did you say Ken Roberts?
I did.
Ken Roberts.
Ken Roberts.
Sure? Are you certain you said that?
I am absolutely certain.
Was moved to your
and I think we got a hold of him. Ken.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. That you hoodwinked me.
I'm getting involved in this.
You hoodwinked me.
Y'all get Ken up there. He redeemed himself.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I see what's happening
How
here.
did that work with you guys? Come on.
Okay. Yeah, we saw the little mischief making at the end of the first Kentucky race. You guys bring it home 1-2 in this one. Ken, I'll start with you. I mean, obviously you guys had good runs in that first Kentucky race, so it looked like you were able to apply it here to pretty much dominating the second half of this second trip to the 1.5 miles.
Yeah, it was a fun race. I had my teammate behind me, keeping me in line, so it was a lot of fun.
So
Wait,
Kelly,
you
said
he kept you in line. Wow.
Kelly, you said he redeemed himself. Was it the motivational speech from after the first Freedom Motorsports race?
Yeah, when he wrecked the car, going into one or whatever it was that race, the team took him into the hauler and had a few talks with him, but he came back. He redeemed himself. And we're happy. We're probably going to be able to keep our sponsors now, so everything's all right.
Well, out of curiosity, guys, you guys did a really good job. You had Dan, and then you got you both as well. Tell us, how bad was it with you guys trying to chase down them white Dodge SRTs?
Thank you.
Trying to chase them down for whatever the point situation was, because they were pulling a pretty good gap earlier on. And then all of a sudden, you guys got yourself situated, and here you guys come.
Yeah, they're fast, man. Alex is fast. He's good at these tracks. And as far as that motivational speech, when the first 5 letters or the first 5 words are cuss words, I'm not sure how motivational that is.
Ken, you're in victory lane. It had to have worked.
But what was your plan? I mean, I know, Kelly, you were blocking for Ken pretty much, having his back on that to make sure at least one of y'all guys won. But moving forward, how does the situation work out with you versus everyone else, or are you just focused on that Team White Dodge up there?
Oh, yeah. We'll have to worry about them because there's a lot of good guys over there. So we'll just have to go out here and Talladega and see what we can do.
Now, we're having the benefit up here of being able to kind of see where the momentum is. Obviously, we don't have a point sheet or anything of knowing who's actually leading, but it's looking like right now it's very clearly between the white Dodge SRTs and now you guys in the black Chevy Hearse. I did notice in that last Kentucky race, it was looking like drivers were racing the white Dodges a lot harder, pinching them up to the wall, throwing blocks at them and everything. Now that you guys have seemed to kind of emerge as the team with the momentum, are you a little bit worried that maybe you guys are going to get run out of room in this final heat race?
Well, I just got one question. Is this sponsored by Dodge or something? I was just wondering.
I don't think so.
I'm just kidding with you. Yeah, Alex at last Kentucky, he's really strong, like Ken said, and he was really, he went down low, and I think there was a line there, and it's hard to get back up, and he kind of got behind the 8 ball. Otherwise, I know he would have been up there. But they're strong, they're real strong, and so California was probably our worst race. So I think it's going to be me and Blaine. I mean, as a team, our worst finish so far tonight. So we'll have to do a lot better showing at that. So I think, who won the last California race? Do you know?
Yes, it was Alex.
Not Greg
Alex
Palmer.
Moe.
Yeah, so I'm sure he'll be out there again. So we'll have our hands full.
Not Greg Palmer anywhere.
It was interesting too, because speaking of Palmer, we were asking him looking forward. I mean,
No,
this is
stop,
the last.
Stop! I don't want to hear nothing to do with Palmer.
Okay, so we asked somebody about this is the last heat race, and then we go main event racing at Talladega Nights Super Speedway. There's going to be 4 of you on each team out there, and it was mentioned it is obviously going to be a smaller field, but do you guys wait until that race to kind of get a pre-race strategy to find each other on the racetrack, or have you already been kind of mulling over that strategy here as the night's going on?
We haven't really talked about Talladega. We had a great conversation about apple fritters.
Ooh.
But no, we haven't talked about Talladega yet. Well, Talladega is one of those tracks you got to let things work out, and if we find each other towards the middle, towards the end, we'll obviously get together. But all the guys on our team were good, pretty good Talladega drivers, so we should be okay.
All right, well, we'll let you guys get back to it here. Obviously, congratulations on the 1-2 finish here, making that little late charge, maybe for the points lead, heading into the finale at Talladega Nights Super Speedway. Going to be coming up right after this final heat race. Ken, congratulations on the win. Kelly, the 2nd place, and best of luck here in this final heat race before we get ready for the main event.
Hey, do y'all have the points up, or?
We have no points in front of us. We are just guesstimating.
I got you. Okay, good deal. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks,
Kelly,
Seth.
real quick, Kelly. I do want to bring up something. If you're able to straighten Ken Roberts out like this, can we find something to straighten out Grant Wilson, and maybe I can make it to where he actually wins a race or an RPG? Because it's weird.
Oh my goodness.
He needs a motivational speech, is what you're saying.
Oh, is that right? Well, I'll have to get in there early and give him one, I guess, on Thursday.
All right. Good luck, guys.
All right.
User was moved out of your channel.
Yeah, it's funny too because obviously it was mentioned
User
earlier
left
on
your
tonight
channel.
that in these heat races, all the drivers are in their own specific team rooms. They'll all be in one room when we end up getting to that main event race coming up right after this. But they were talking about apple fritters in their team room there. I mean, you know, you think about the banter that's going on there. Probably very little of it race related.
I like apple fritters.
I do. I like apple fritters too. I don't know why. Why is it whenever we bring people in, never want to have Dante in the booth with me because he always
I
talks
don't
about
want to
food
hear
and it always
I
makes me
really
hungry.
don't want to hear this because this is going to go down a path. It's going to start with food and it's going to stay with food and it ain't going to end with food.
My hunger meter immediately went up when they mentioned apple fritters. Like why?
You
Why
usually
did
eat
the
yourself
drivers?
some popcorn. That's usually what you do. So.
When this broadcast is over, I'm breaking out the popcorn. That's for sure.
Are you sure you want to do that and not go to bed? We have a race tomorrow, so.
We do. That's true. I also have to get up early in the morning, but you know, hunger over sleep.
I don't know about that. There's been times where I've actually gone to sleep over hunger.
But then I would dream about food and wake up even hungrier.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
No, that's a food product, Jess. You're making it worse.
No, that's the point.
You're making it much worse.
Because of the Pepperidge Farm remembers, right? Your memory, you're old, etc.
You know, the older I get, the more I remember what I don't remember.
You know. I wonder if they need to do like some tests to see if Pepperidge Farm products actually helps the mind or brain or REM sleep or
well,
something
they
like
say that
I wonder.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. They don't say that it helps you remember. That's a claim they've never actually made.
It'd be funny if it was.
Well, one thing I do remember is we're going to show everybody where we're currently at on the schedule here tonight. We are on race number 8, the final of our heat races here from the California Speedway. And then they'll get themselves ready for the main event. I'm going to say that we're going to take our own little halftime. We'll have a little bit of a break ourselves between this final heat race and that upcoming Talladega 47 lapper. Give ourselves a little bit of a refresher here.
After we do the interviews, as long as it's not Greg Palmer. If it's Greg Palmer, then we won't even worry about that.
Is Greg in the race? Let's see. We got Doug Hewlett.
No, that's the point. That's the point.
Oh, okay. We got Hewlett, Alex Moe, Kelly Causey, who we just talked
Toby's
with there,
in there,
Blaine Donlin, Mike
See,
Angelotti, Denny Carroll, Tony Roberson, Chris Elliott, Javier Negron, Zach Roberts, Eric Lovell, Gary Heiser, Jeffrey Elliott, and John Godfrey going to run the final heat race of the night.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I know it was being mean, but I couldn't help it.
Interesting, if you look at the qualifying results here for this one, we talked about how it's looking like it's the yin and the yang, the black and the white battling it out here. And their cars, the two black cars making up row number 2, and then you've got one of the white Dodges on the outside of the front row and the other one on the outside of row 3, so all starting up in the first 3 rows.
Well, quick question. Who was it that won this race last time?
It was Alex Moe.
Where's Alex Moe starting?
He is outside of the front row right there.
Exactly.
Of Doug Hewlett.
Exactly. So what does that tell you?
That tells me that 29 is going to be tough to beat maybe here.
And look who's behind Blaine Donlin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And look where the chorus guys are.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Like,
they're
literally
all together.
The first 3 rows are made up of all teammates.
Yeah, and you notice that the chorus guys were really kind of a little, I don't mean to be saying this out of context, but they were a little bit more aggressive last race than what they had been. So, with that being said, I wonder how hard they're going to run these other drivers. Whoa, Godfrey.
There were a lot of cars sliding around.
Godfrey in the back there with Jeffrey Elliott.
Yep. So early issues for both those
3
cars.
wide.
That's Eric Lovell on the bottom, Denny Carroll in the middle. On the top side, Mike Mangialardi, and looks like they'll settle it out off of 4. All of a sudden, the 2 Blackhurst cars kind of got shuffled out. Blaine Donlin got pushed back to the battle for 4th.
Who's leading?
Alex Moe.
Exactly.
And look where he's wrapping the bottom. He's not running up on the top. He went right down to the white line that time.
That might change in time, but I mean, remember this is the very beginning. Whoa, where are you going? Denny Carroll way out.
Oh yeah, and he's going to hit the wall coming back onto the track.
He just looked like he lost it on his own.
Might have gotten loose there. So that's both of the I'm on Fire Pontiacs with issues here in the first 2 laps of this final heat race.
And look at the 40 and the 26 here. Chris Elliott's way back there after starting near the front, and then the other machine, being the 40, was up near the front too, and that's Mike Magliardi.
Yeah, he got stuck on the outside in a couple of 3-wide situations.
Can you help me with that? I keep saying Magliardi. I'm
Mangialardi?
Mangialardi.
Yep.
Okay. I don't say the word G, I just go manga.
I mean, I'll tell you, you caught on to that one quicker than Chris Van Vliet. So.
Shush. Vliet, okay? Vliet. Shush. At least I'm not calling him Valet, like Valet.
That's true. Although that would actually kind of make sense, though, too. It sounds French.
Doug, you were taking a little look on the inside of Alex Moe, but nothing doing. There's no run there yet.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was the first California race where we ended up having top 5s from both of the Air Force cars. And right now, we've got one of them up in the top 5 right now with Zach Roberts.
In the Air Force
no, I don't think we do.
I think we had the 38 and 39, didn't we, last time?
I know the 38 we definitely did.
I think we had the 39.
You're right, it was. It was Morrison in 39. Yep, you're absolutely correct. And this time we've got Zach Roberts and Javier Negron.
Heiser battling little Chris Elliott on that inside. Look at the, they get a good run on that inside. I'm just wondering how long it's going to take for that wear starts coming into play.
And remember we heard from Alex Moe after he won the first time we were here at California. Chris Elliott was the other driver out of the white Dodge SRTs and was struggling a little bit, and Alex was trying to give him some advice on how to get around the racetrack. Looks like Chris is very comfortable down on the very bottom of the racetrack.
Whoa.
Is that Roberson, I think? Yep.
3 wide again.
Ooh, that was tight. 83 shooting the gap there, Gary Heiser, and he'll pick up a couple of spots.
Gary Heiser, we haven't talked about him a lot tonight, but Gary Heiser is someone who knows what he's doing. I mean, I've been in races with Heiser, and Heiser's been up near the front, especially on the flight tracks.
It's kind of unusual.
So he's going to be someone to watch later, too.
In a Dale Earnhardt Sr. throwback car.
Yeah.
Instead sporting the Evil Blue
Whoa,
Chevrolet.
The 26 gets a little bit of a run. See, they get the run on the inside, but they lose it on the straightaways, it seems like.
Zach Roberts, I think, might have gotten the wall off of 4. Looked really high. It looked like he lost some momentum.
I thought you said Ken Roberts for a moment.
Nope. The nephew.
Whoa, look at this inside move.
Woo. That's the Greg Lovell line from the first California race. Put those 2 left sides down the apron. Why not?
With lessons learned from his father. I couldn't help it.
Well, speaking of Greg Lovell's son, here's Eric, taking the 4th position away from Blaine Donlin. Oh, and Roberts is going to go up the track again. I think he's overcooked his right front, and it's just not turning off of 4.
That's what's happening to him?
I think so. I'm saying this from experience. I've had the same thing happen at this racetrack.
You love this track, Hush.
Nope. Auto Club and Michigan. They are fun tracks, but they are murder on a keyboarder because you cannot half throttle.
Congratulations, Seth. You just let the whole world know you're a keyboard warrior.
And I'm proud of it.
We need to get you a fire suit. That's a keyboard warrior.
Fire suit. No, it doesn't say keyboard warrior. It's just the sponsor is a keyboard.
No. You know what? You know how we always have fun with the Pigeon Racing, Fortnite, Squad Racing, etc. There's your next team right there. Keyboard Warriors.
Keyboard Warriors. There you go.
Put you, Gavin, who else?
DJ, Cody. I think. No, never mind. I thought Ulysses Sandoval was a keyboarder, but I don't think he is. Allison Rodrigo.
He can't be a keyboarder. He's got nothing to drive with.
That's true. Allison Rodrigo. He's a good keyboard racer.
Yeah, Rodrigo's pretty good though. I like the fact that the top 3 are just single file, and they're not really pushing it.
Yeah, I don't think Alex Moe has this one locked up. Kelly Causey and Doug Kulik, they've kept him in check. They're within striking distance here.
I think Doug Kulik's going to be a little more disadvantaged, though, because he's having... Whenever he gets a run, he has to back off, and when he backs off, he seems to back off a lot more than the top 2.
I'm looking at the positioning, too. So, right now, Alex Moe's teammate, Chris Elliott, is back in 9th. However, Kelly Causey's teammate, Blaine Donlin, is holding down the 5th position. So, the black Chevys would get more points than the white Dodges. If Kelly Causey has a shot at a slide job here or a dive bomb on the final lap, do you think he would go for that kind of a risk?
Well, Kelly would, if it's for points and it's all about the points, then maybe. But yeah, I don't see Kelly freaking out too much. I think he's comfortable.
Just preserve where he's at. I mean, it'd be 2 of the black Hearst Chevrolets fishing in the top 5.
If you know where the other white Dodge is, like you're saying, where Chris is running,
9th place.
Then Blaine's running out here in 5th. There's a big gap between Chris and Blaine. So unless Blaine has a problem,
well, he's under fire right now. Tony Roberson's on his back bumper for that 5th spot.
I would, if I was Toby, I'd just try to focus on pushing Blaine to catch up to these guys and have a bigger chance to get more positions.
They're running out of time though too. Next time by is gonna be the white flag.
That's what I was saying. If it were me and that was you and me racing, I would probably try to push you to get you to catch them. So yeah, instead of getting like 5th or 6th, we have a shot to get 3rd or 2nd.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
good point.
Based on the run. But
good point.
It is what it is.
Kelly's within striking distance, about maybe a car length and a half, 2 car lengths with the white flag in the air. Let's see what Causey does with Alex Moe down into 1 and 2. Alex has the benefit of clean air. Both trying to wrap the bottom.
I don't think Doug's going to do anything here. I think it's just going with Kelly. If Kelly can do anything. Kelly's really got to dive it hard. He has to go way up to the high side and dive it hard in.
Brewing battle for 3rd. Eric Lovell closed up on Doug Kulik down the back straightaway.
Yeah,
like, they ran the identical line. Same line.
Yeah, there's nothing there for him.
And you saw right there the 31 pushing up the track with the aero tightness. So 3rd win of the night for Alex Moe. He goes back-to-back here at the California Speedway. And may have just given the advantage back to the white Dodges.
Are we going to be interviewing them or not interviewing them and just going on our little break?
We'll get Alex for a final interview before we head into our little halftime, I guess we could call it.
User was moved to your
appreciate
channel.
that, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate seeing you win and not Greg Palmer.
Did we get a burnout, Alex? Did we get a burnout this time?
Yeah, we'll get a little bit better of a one here.
There we go.
I don't think I've ever been interviewed 3 times in one night.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. Carrying the banner for the white Dodge SRTs. 2nd win here at the California Speedway and 3rd win on the night. We talked a few moments ago with the drivers out of the black Chevy Hearst team. We talked with the drivers out of the Dark Horse Fords. It was kind of looking like maybe they were creeping up on you guys after the early advantage you have. Is this a statement win here saying, no, we're keeping the points here?
Yeah, we haven't had too good of a second half, so we need all the points we can get. I'm sure this win will help, and then now we go to the finale where every single person here tonight's going to race, so things can change real quick in this next race for a lot of different teams. So.
Yeah, it's going to be good for sure. We can't wait to see all kind of the strategy play out of trying to get yourselves all organized. Now, obviously as well, we've asked a lot of drivers if they know what the positioning looks like, just at least from maybe a ballpark view as far as points. Do you guys have a general thought of what kind of a gap you have over the rest of the competition? And with that in mind, what you guys need to do in terms of managing a finishing position goal for the upcoming main event?
I'm not sure the exact points. I don't think anyone on our team is keeping track, at least. We're just out here having fun, just mixing it up every race. You sit one, race the next 2. This next race, I'm sure our and any team's goal is just to have all 4 cars hopefully finish, in the top 10. If four of them can finish all in the top 5, I mean, that would be amazing, you know, for any team. So our goal here in this next race is just to keep it clean, and hopefully we all finish. We don't get caught up in any wrecks. Yellows are on, so, you know, even if you do get wrecked, you get a second chance, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, having fun, that's what it's all about. Best of luck here in this upcoming finale. Another 47 laps ahead of you, but this time at the high banks of Talladega Super Speedway. Best of luck there, Alex.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
All right, so they're going to start getting stuff organized for that finale. We've been going straight here for these
User left your
first 8 heat races, so bear with us. We're going to take a little bit of a halftime break as well, as these drivers will get a little bit of practice time and get ready for qualifying and all that for the final race of the night. Keep it here as coverage continues in just a moment for the first Talladega Nights Mega Team event here on the Flatout Racing Network. welcome you back here to the Talladega Nights Super Speedway. It's finale time here for the first Talladega Nights Mega Team event. As these drivers, they've been through the ringer here tonight. They've taken part in 8 heat races running at 4 different tracks, and now they got to run a 47-lap distance event at a super speedway. And Jess, this is, I think, where the strategy is really going to come into play, because everybody's on the racetrack now. It's going to be the biggest field of the night with 32 cars, and we asked a bunch of the drivers, and none of them really exactly know where they stand points-wise. So really here, I guess the main strategy is just to have as many of your cars finish up as the front as possible, have one of them take the victory.
Yeah, I'm just curious here, because I'm on the backstretch on top of these drivers, right? Looking around, and I'm not sure if it's just me or not. Does this backstretch look a little more narrower to you than what it would be at Talladega itself?
A little bit, yeah.
Looks a little, I mean,
almost
yeah,
looks like
they
just
modeled
legit
this,
3 lanes, not the possible
yeah,
4th lane.
they model this after Talladega, which is understandable, but it's just like it's more narrow. It's going to be a little bit more interesting to see what they do here. And getting back to your idea about strategy, Seth, you look at right here, you got the 40 and 42 side by side. Moving forward, you got the other driver being the 41 on the pole. But then you got 2 teammates right there on the outside ready to jump and just basically clear them. I mean, I got no idea where the grip levels are going to be. I don't know if the favorable line is going to be in the middle, bottom, high side. I know nothing right
From
now.
what I remember, all 3 lanes can actually really work well depending on the numbers and who you've got pushing. We should also make a point of note. All the heat races were random qualifying draw. The drivers qualified here for this main event. So they basically got to determine where they started. As green flag is in the air, the finale is underway here tonight.
And I'm noticing something. I kind of went back to the back of the pack here, Seth. You got nearly 4 white machines back here. And you got 2 in front of them that are black, and then you get my point. Then the other 2 teammates are right there on the top right on the high side. So
By design, do you think? Maybe all of them deciding, let's not put down a lap time, let's start all together so we can get organized quicker?
I'm wondering if that was something that they thought about here. What do you think?
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. It sounds like a sound strategy to me. The only downside is if trouble breaks out up ahead, you want to make sure that all your cars don't get involved in an incident.
Contact with the 27 and 43 Rod Weston back here.
Are we 4 wide back there? It looked like we were for a moment.
We were close. We were battling side by side. It was only 2 abreast though.
3 wide further up towards the front there. I saw one of the... Yep, it was the Team Evil Chevys jumping up there. The 83 and the 82. And this is the interesting dynamic as well, and we've seen this before in team races that we've covered here for Talladega Nights, is, yeah, you want to work with your teammates, but then you'll also see one team work with another team. I mean, right here you can see, you know, a couple of Evil Chevrolets, and then you up on this top side you got a couple of the Air Force Chevrolets. Behind them, a couple of the White Dodge SRTs, so the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Okay. The Dark Horse team.
Oh, we got
Look
spinners.
at how they're all over.
Wreck in the back. Caution is out.
I don't want to say that all I'm seeing is all blue, all gold, all orange, and all black up at the front.
Alex Ortiz, Ulysses Sandoval, Alex Moe, 3-time winner here tonight.
Yeah, see,
Bob Dixon as well.
Alex got his wins in, now he's good.
Well, tough break there for Bob Dixon, but that leads us into a nice little segue. Stick around here at the end of this one, as we'll be bringing you your Bob Dixon factoids of the night. That is, we've been told, if he doesn't go to sleep right after this race.
And that wasn't a joke, that's what was said.
That was legitimately what we were told. Well, it is moderate damage, but I didn't really see anything egregious that would take any of the drivers involved out of this one.
We're able to do replays now, right?
Yes, we are.
So.
Let's go back, take a look at what happened. And I think it might start with the 29 of Alex Moe.
Do they race back, or is it frozen field?
It is frozen field, I do believe. Yeah, Alex just ran really wide off of 4, brushes the wall, comes down into the 81 of Alex Ortiz. We'll get a aerial shot. Maybe he was run out of room. But Ulysses Sandoval caught up in that one too. It was almost 4 wide.
Looks like everyone's coming on pit road. We got a couple people staying out.
I believe that was the 43 of Rod Weston was the chorus car. Kind of ping-ponged off a few of these guys and kept going.
Toby Roberson had to come in early. Right when we
Oh yeah.
first, so.
Yep, I see that. I think he may have missed the start. Either that or he's having some kind of issues. Now he's stopped on the track, spinning his wheels. He might have some kind of some kind of issue with his rig or something.
The top 5 right now are Ortiz, Rod Weston, Chris Van Vliet, Berth, and Heiser. They did not pit, and so I'm just wondering where Toby's going now.
And he has currently scored 1 lap down. So yeah, I think he missed the start. So he probably will get the lucky dog here.
Whoa, he's slowing that down. It looked like he was in 3rd gear, like he shifted and went right back down. I don't know.
Alex Moe coming off of pit lane. The only driver here tonight that went to victory lane multiple times, had 3 victories, 1 at Kentucky, 2 at California. The other winners on the night in the heat races, Chris Elliott, Perry Bond, Dan Lovell, some guy named Greg Palmer, and Ken Roberts.
Can't you be like, can you just tell him his name is Tom Riddle or Baltimore? That'd be a lot easier.
Tom Riddle. I was trying to think of like another Palmer, but the only Palmer I can think of is Palmer Chocolates.
Wait, really?
Yep.
Really? You don't know the other Palmer? The Ryan Palmer, who's in the NR driver too? I used to race him over in Blue Streak. Blue Streak. Then he went to race in RSL with Greg Irwin's team for a while.
Oh, nope, that's not a name I'm familiar
Wow.
with. I know Arnold Palmer. That's about the closest I can get to a human being.
Seth, you be extremely quiet. This is for par.
We're going to call the rest of this racing golf voices.
Joey Murphy.
Yeah.
Joey Murphy in here.
Or as he was known for a while on NR, Jordan Spieth. I think he ran hybrid record seasons as Jordan Spieth.
I just want to point out that Deaver and Kyle, just let them know our update situation, what we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, good lord, geez, 4 hours?
It has been 4 hours, and if you've been with us on this marathon, we really appreciate it. Been a wild one here tonight, and next week we get to do it all over again. This is only the first of 8 mega team races we'll be covering here for Talladega Nights. It's kind of turned into a series.
I may or may not be here next week.
Right.
I don't know.
Yep.
It's a possibility. I'm looking forward to not. I'm not trying to be rude to you, Seth, but with certain things going on in my life personally, I might not be here next week, and I'm looking forward to that. But if
for no other reason of tuning into the action, folks, tune in next week on FRN to see if Jess is in the booth.
No, actually tune in to see if someone actually cares about someone that was running the 11 earlier. That's his always saving grace that he's going to get. Is if I'm not here.
So we'll get the lights on, I think, this next time by. Still waiting to see any update on the 13 will get the lucky dog or not.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if anyone decided not to come in, and then wondered if it was going to go ahead and top off.
Well, the 38 and the 28 of Firth and Vliet, they have not pit yet. Firth coming to pit road this time, but Chris Van Vliet is going to stay out. Interesting strategy, Cole. Now we do know for certain that the fuel window for these drivers is around that usual, what, 18 to 20 laps.
But yeah, it's actually going to be like 19 to 20. I mean, they can stretch it to 20, I think.
Let's say he's saving a little bit of fuel here, and we went green to the end. He'd still be about 2 laps short. 2 or 3 laps short.
Well, I mean, if we get, but the cautions is always going to help.
Right, that is true. Look at all the orange cars up here. All the I Am on Fire machines. Perry Bond picked up a heat win for them earlier on tonight in the first race at Freedom Motorsports. But you got Jeffrey Elliott up on the outside of the front row, Denny Carroll on the inside of row 2, and Perry Bond on the inside of row 3. So you got to think they're going to try and all get themselves nose to tail.
And then I do want to point out the one stat effect here. I'm looking at Alex Moe, and I don't know if you see it or not, but there's a lot of roof damage on that.
Oh, is there?
Go back and look and see if you see it on yours, unless it's a glitch on mine, but it looks like there's damage on him.
Can't tell from the back here.
I'm doing far chase, so.
I'll go with far chase here and see. No, I don't see the roof damage.
Stupid glitching. It hates me. I don't know why. I mean, Seth, you gotta realize, what mod is this? How many times do I get the roof glitch on this
Cup
mod?
2019.
Yeah, so I was making sure. That's why I asked you to go check.
Wasn't there a mod, I can't remember which one it was, where even if you made like slight contact, if you scrubbed the wall, there'd be a glitch where it would have right side damage?
I don't know about the right side damage, but I know the roof glitch was always this mod. Trust me, I know from experience.
Oh, looks like Alex Moe is going to be okay. I don't think anybody took any like really hard hits in that wreck, so I think everybody should be up to speed. Roberson, I think, is going to get his lap back, but the laps can't be added back under caution. I wondered if he might actually go around and get his lap back, but looks like they'll probably add it back here when we go back green. We'll keep updated on that as getting ready for the restart. Also, I'm going to do a little bit of calculating here. I think a couple of drivers for their respective teams actually are not taking part here in this main event. Eric Lovell is not in the field, and he was one of the Evil Blue Chevrolets, and we're missing one other driver too.
I do want to point out I'm going back to review the 29 just to be sure on my end. So I'm going to review on where he's at. Why? Because I looked all the way back, and all of a sudden I did like lap by lap set, and all of a sudden he had the damage. So I'm trying to see where and when that happened.
Gotcha. I'll try and see if I can figure out who that other driver is that we're missing.
There it is. That's what happened. Off of turn 4 when the caution happened. Off of turn 4, he hit the wall a little bit, and it just caved that glitch little thing at the top again.
Same deal as like I was talking about with that other mod. Just a slight brush to the wall, and the car would have right side damage.
It looks like he does have a little bit of damage there because he's not right up here with the pack.
Gosh, we nearly just binned it in turn 1. We're still 4 wide. That's Alex Ortiz in a very precarious position, and they'll settle it out to 3 wide off of 2.
I just come back and I see Alex going away at the very bottom. I figure what in the world was going on there.
Yeah, that was really close. The 81 was very squarely in the middle of 4 wide.
I'm watching Alex and his entry in the corner side. It looks like the drivers are kind of like pulling away a little bit from him, so that there is a little bit of damage on this machine.
And Alex was involved in the opening caution.
Look at this! 3 of the Hearst cars at the top.
Yep.
Hearst cars, I mean.
That's Blaine Donlin leading that outside line. Right behind him, the 32 of Dan Lovell. And the third car in line, the 30 of Ken Roberts. You see down below them is the 31 of Kelly Causey, but he's boxed in. He can't get up there to help his teammates.
3 of 4 of the gold ones in a row here. You got that 27 of Bob Dixon that's separating them.
Yep. That's Greg Lovell, the 41, leading the charge there. And look at the top side here. 36 of Zach Roberts getting helped by the 28. I believe that's the 28, yep, of Chris Van Vliet. They're not teammates in this race, but like I said, sometimes in order to be able to help your team out, you have to make alliances with another team.
And you do realize, if we go back and look at Alex Moe at all at this point, this battling 3 wide is actually helping him stay with the pack.
There's a couple of drivers that have lost touch with the lead group. You mentioned about Alex Moe. Looks like he's been able to draft back up.
Because they're racing, they're going like 3 or 4 wide, and he's able to keep getting these runs with the checkups, and this is actually keeping him in this draft.
I don't know if it's something to do with having the first name of Doug or not, but Doug Firth and Doug Hulick have both lost the lead pack. And
We're just waiting for Doug Lockrow.
yes. And I don't think either of those drivers were involved in the incident that brought out the first caution.
Oh,
so...
Lord. Look, okay. Go to the front. Okay, 2 orange, 2 dark horse, 2 Air Force side by side, 2 white side by side. It's like, really?
They're all finding each other. That's Denny Carroll showing the way right now.
Though, instead of a single file, they're side by side. They can't do nothing about that.
They're creating a wall so no other team cars can get through. Kelly Causey now jumping out of line up to the middle, opens up the door for Greg Lovell to take the 5th position. It's Denny Carroll and Perry Bond leading right now as teammates, and then Mark Paglia and Greg Palmer teammates behind in 3rd and 4th.
Did you get any information, or do you know if Heiser had any damage?
Heiser was not involved in the wreck.
Yeah, see, I'm wondering, because he's right at the back of this, and he's like giving a gap and slowly coming back and then giving a gap and people are passing him. I'm wondering if it's the same thing like we see over in RTG, where it's the last car in line and you just kind of like starts to roll off.
They could be. Could very well be. However, I said Doug Firth had lost the pack, and now he's up at the tail end of this group, so... I don't know.
It's weird. It's interesting.
Doug Hulick definitely has a problem, and I don't know what it is.
Toby seems like he's okay. He's in 4th gear going 195, 96, so maybe it's just that you were maybe came in late or something.
Might be. I was actually looking to see that they're showing, at least my telemetry is showing, that Doug Hulick is in 4th gear. But he's only carrying 178 top speed miles per hour. Obviously, he's by himself. He's about half a lap down.
I want to go real quick.
180, so he's in 4th gear. I don't know what it is that's going on with him. The blue Dark Horse Mustangs.
Yeah, that's about right, Seth. Because remember, if you race over an RTG, you get to go about 180 miles an hour by yourself anyway.
Yeah.
So he's by himself going 180 4th gear. So that seems about right. 179 going to the corner, 78 depending on how hard you're turning it. Yeah, that's about right. He's by himself. That's why.
If that sketchy 4 wide that we saw on the restart, if maybe he was in the middle of that, maybe he brushed the wall and it killed all his momentum, and then he lost the pack.
Do you see any damage on the machine, though?
Not
because I can't
visibly. We'll see if we can get a shot at the right side. Left side looks good. Front looks good. Rear looks good.
Well, then that's probably because he's just running by himself.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason.
If we get a caution, I'm sure it'll fix itself out with him.
Right now, he is about half a lap down. Ooh,
they get 2-way rounds?
Tight on the bottom.
Are 2 lucky dogs or just 1?
It is, I believe, 2 lucky dogs. The I'm on Fire Pontiacs holding the inside line. Denny Carroll and Perry Bond.
Jeffrey Elliott's on this high side, several cars back in 16.
Trying to catch up there, and I think the...
Going back 3 wide, I think.
I think the other team car is the other driver that I was trying to solve the mystery of who the other one that didn't take the green was. We know Eric Lovell was one, and I think that... Well, I'm trying to remember who the other... Oh, no, the other one's in this race. Ulysses. We just can't see his car.
I am noticing a pattern starting to form here. that middle line. Like, you remember what I was asking you about lines that would work, etc. You're like, they all can work. Yeah, Seth, RTG can all work too, depending on the where and where we're at. I mean, it looks to me like the line you want to be in is this middle line again now.
And look who the 4 cars are of the first 6 in that middle line. The 4 cars out
not
of
Palmer.
the black.
I'm happy.
The 4 cars out of the Blackhurst Chevrolet team.
And like I said, not Palmer. But if you go back a little ways, you got these guys, the white SRTs here. They're battling. They're running back here in 16th, 17th position. They gotta start making moves if they want to get there up front. I mean, we're not that long away from pit stops again.
Yeah, and those white Dodges, they're broken up too. There's 2 of them on the top, 2 of them on the bottom. Interesting you bring up pit stops too. Like, do we see maybe a team of 4 break away early to come to pit road, or...
Are you talking like Daytona scenarios?
Yeah. Or do we see like a group of like 2 or 3 teams all come together?
Well, as bad as you would want to come with your teammates and all and pit together, I honestly feel like if you're at the front and you're behind, like, for example, we got Zach Roberts, right? He's boxed in, really, technically.
Yep.
But if I were him, I'd just come with Kelly Causey.
Good call. I would agree with that as well.
That way, when the side goes around, you still be near the front, if not at the front. That way, it gives your team a little bit of hope somewhere.
Oh, not gonna have to worry about it. 81 just got spun, Alex Ortiz,
Whoa,
and we've got ourselves a big one.
Big.
Up and over Gary Heiser. Denny Carroll is upside down. And the 3 is still upside down, and I think he's done. Smoke billowing from out from underneath the 83 of Gary Heiser.
11 drivers made through that.
Gosh. One of the toughest type of super speedway wrecks to get through is one that occurs in the corner, because it is so unpredictable where the wrecking cars are going to end up. Do they go up the track to the wall? Do they come down the track to the apron? You have to make a split-second decision, and a lot of times the track will get completely blockaded up. A lot of rear-end damage and left-side damage on the U.S. Air Force entry of Javier Negron, and this is exactly what Doug Hewlick wanted to see, because now he'll be able to catch back up, and he didn't go a lap down.
The first car I saw get through that was Bob Dixon. That would mean from the last of that main pack. So Alex Moe went really low. I think he got a little touch, but I think he's okay somewhat.
Denny Carroll's done for the night. 81 of Alex Ortiz was the first one I saw get out of shape. Let's see what happened to him, as he appears to cut down across the nose of the 30 of Ken Roberts. And that's just on from there. There's a couple of the Coors Light cars in there. I saw a couple of the white Dodge SRT cars in the middle of that.
Javier Negron's retired.
We saw the back end damage on his car. Take a look from the chopper cam. Watch the top of the screen.
Joshua Collard, Popper. You had to say that.
It's like 2 of the Evil Blue cars involved. I just saw 2 of the Blue Dark Horse Fords involved. One of them, I think, was the 10 of Mark Paglia. Couldn't tell who the other one was.
Well, I'm watching to see if anyone's going to be behind the wall. So far, it's only Negron and Denny Carroll.
Every position matters in terms of points, so...
Heiser and Roberson still have a lap down, so they'll probably get the way for all this.
Heiser, I think, yeah, Heiser was involved in the wreck and lost the lap with pit road repair. But yeah, Tony Roberson should definitely get the lucky dog. John Godfrey was actually the other Blue Dark Horse Mustang that I saw involved in the wreck. And now it gets
Godfrey's had
interesting.
rough luck tonight.
Yes, he has. But now it gets interesting because a lot of drivers are going to have damage. They're going to be off the pace, and their teammates that are up to speed are going to have to change their strategy up. They're not going to drop back there to try and help a wounded race car because it's just going to hurt the team overall.
Oh, I do want to point something out here. Lap 20. This is when they would pit normally anyway, so they only got to pit one more time technically.
True. Good point.
For fuel anyway.
But it will be interesting to kind of see because I mentioned 2 white Dodges involved, 2 Dark Horse Mustangs involved, 2 Evil Chevys involved. I mean, who's that right there? That's Alex Ortiz running 3rd place. He's got a lot of damage on the front end of his car. We saw him nose it into the inside wall in the back straightaway. Now, for some of these drivers, it may just kind of be an every man for himself because I remember a Mega Team race that I was in. I was with the white Dodges, and I think we had 2 drivers that wrecked out, 1 driver that had connection problems and fell out of the server, and I think I was like one of the few lone members of my team that was still running, and I had rear-end damage from an incident, and basically I just worked with whoever I could to finish the best possible position. It was basically at that point, you couldn't search for your teammates. You couldn't rely on helping or getting help from your teammates, and some of these drivers might have to kind of do that on the fly here now with having drivers that might be off the pace for the remainder of this one.
Oh, if you got really good friends that are on a different team and you're really good friends that run other leagues with them, they might cut you a break.
True. That is a good point. We talked about the comfort level all night long. Well, you need a comfort level in super speedway racing too.
Toby is still labeled 1 lap down. Heiser's retired.
So Heiser, Negron, and Carroll all out of the race. 3 different teams represented there. Heiser out of the Evil Blue Chevrolet team. Javier Negron out of the U.S. Air Force Silver Chevrolet team. And Denny Carroll out of the Orange I'm on Fire Pontiac team.
I gotta ask, do we get points for leading the lap
Yes.
or leading the most laps or whatever?
Bonus point for leading the lap, bonus point for leading the most laps. We usually, when we just run the event here at the Super Speedway in the Mega Team events, we'll see a lot of pit strategy play out of leading the lap on the pit road.
At this point though, thinking about, you're talking about how many points, etc., right, and stuff like that. Well, let's just say you got Chris, and then you got Chris Elliott as well on the other one. You got who else was the white? Alex Moe. Say each of them lead a lap, right? They don't lead the most laps, but each one lead at least 1 lap, okay?
Right.
Now, are those 3 points that go to Team White, or 3 points that go to them moving forward to the next race, or is this all like how would they go
towards Team White's point total?
Even if they're not in Team White next week?
Correct.
Those points stay with Team White.
Yep, just for this week. So basically, the 8 weeks that we're broadcasting these races, there are 8 team championships on the line. They're all battling for one here tonight, and then there will be an entirely different one that they'll battle for next week.
Oh, well, Nick Gunther ain't in here. Oh, you want to hear something funnier?
Sure.
I'll just say one word. Maverick.
Yeah, it's coming back pretty soon.
Shh.
August 6th.
I'm enjoying my time off, okay?
So am I.
I only race there to enjoy time with you guys, because like I've told you specifics about the time coming and everything else, but you get my point. I enjoy running that with you guys, so it's not about winning or trying to win a championship over there. It's just to be around you guys.
Not losing your sanity. If you guys want to watch Jess and me pull our hair out, yeah, Maverick comes back to JTN August 6th.
Yeah, and you want to hear something funny? It's always about us goofing around because we're always wrecked and screwed out anyway.
That's true.
Find out who can finish last between Seth and me. That's what we like to do. We will go there and we'll just skip around, and if we know if Seth and I know we can't win, our goal is to play games with each other. Like, okay, I'm gonna bump you over the start finish
You
thing 'cause
gotta
I want to
you
beat
gotta
you.
make it entertaining in some way, right? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and honestly, that's been one of the better things I've had in an R is whenever I've been screwed out or wrecked, and if I got one of you guys, specifically someone back there, whether it's you or Norman or someone, it's easier to have more fun.
Shout out to Nate Balser in our chat. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, people probably won't ever remember this particular league, but there was a league called New School Racing. Justin and I were in a Homestead race. I think we were battling for 7th or 8th place. We weren't competitive for the race win or anything, and we were goofing around. We came to the checker flag. We both slammed on the brakes to see who
Shelly
could
went
cross.
right by us.
Yep, he passed right by us. And we basically tried to outbrake each other, see who could finish behind the other one coming to the stripe. You gotta keep it entertaining. Then what's it for if you're not having fun?
Exactly.
Green flag back in the air here.
And you see
Halfway
back
home.
here at the back already, behind Rod Weston back here, they're already kind of losing touch with each other. And they're bottleneck up here. Wow, into the wall they go. Keep it together, thankfully. Like a whole bunch of bumping because of how the checkup was set for a slower driver.
Is that one of the chorus cars that got up in the wall? I think I saw that.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out who it was. I was on Rod Weston, but I think the one that hit the wall might have been Doug.
Maybe? Greg Love? No, Greg's on the bottom. So
I thought it might have been Doug that touched the wall.
Could have been. And that caution, of course, saved Doug Hewlett because he was about half a lap down, now caught back up.
No, it might have been Rod. It might have been Rod Weston that hit the wall because he's back here in the back.
Roberson in the 13 is still being scored a lap down. We'll see if it updates here. I didn't.
Was he involved in the wreck though?
No. Well, I don't think he was. I think the only two of the blue Dark Horse Mustangs that were involved were Paglia and Godfrey.
Well, remember I told you the first 11 that got by through that just fine. I mean, we do have moderate damage, so maybe they're not that bad off pace or damage, but the one thing about this mod that a lot of people don't realize, like, well, it's moderate damage, so it shouldn't be that bad. Well, yeah, they might be up to speed with a little bump or whatever, but I can tell you, if they get a little tap on the wall, just a small tap the second time, yeah, the damage will be their time.
Yep. And this mod too, and there are other mods as well, but this mod can kind of be deceptive in terms of damage. I mean, you can have a back end that's completely crunched in. You can see the fuel cell and you think to yourself, well, that's only 3/4 of a race car. There's no way that car is going to be competitive. But if you've got somebody behind pushing you, you can actually stay in the draft and you can actually be competitive. I don't know if you can necessarily lead a line, but you can stay up there inside the top 5, top 10, which, you know, I think with the fact we've got 3 drivers out of the race, there were not only 3 drivers involved in that big wreck. A lot of drivers are still sticking it out, even if they might be down on power, have aero damage, because they know that the points are valuable.
I'm going to make a little side scenario here. I'm not trying to put you out on the limb here, okay?
Okay.
Whoa!
Whoa! They almost saved it.
No caution yet.
And
there it is.
Yep. 36 of Zach Roberts going around. He's going to bring out the yellow, and they almost had a follow-up wreck. They were bouncing off each other, but somehow kept it straight.
I was actually riding with Paglia when that happened. It looked like you just got a little bit of a tap at the back, just a little bit, bumper grab maybe, and that put him up.
Javier Negron's already out of the race for the Silver U.S. Air Force Chevrolets, and I don't know, that's a lot of damage on the 36. That might be evening over for Zach Roberts as well. And I can't believe I'm saying that. With all the bouncing off of each other in contact, that was a single car wreck.
I was surprised it wasn't that much bigger than what it could have been.
Yeah, especially with where it was at, right in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, but that was near the front of the race, too.
Yeah, Roberts was running, I think, around, like, what, 5th or 6th in that middle line?
Well, you gotta remember, they had the top 3 being, what is it, Hearst?
Yeah, the Chevys.
And then you had, Paglia Hadley leading or in second of the I think he was leading the dark horse line right there, and that's where I was when Padley barely got a bumper grab and they just knocked him out.
Yep, and that was
Number one,
definitely a
that's what
bumper
happened.
grab right there. You could see with the 36 shooting up to the outside wall. Bounced off the wall several times, bounced down into the 42 of Doug Hulick.
Like I said, that's not up at the, that's right there at the front, so that's not mid or back, that's at the front, so I'm glad there wasn't many more drivers that got hit on that.
Yeah, I saw one of the evil blue Chevrolets dive down to the apron. And I think they then came back up the track. Yeah, there's the bumper grab. That's the 10 of Mark Paglia. And then watch this up here. That's the 13 car, I believe, of Tony Roberson. I think Roberson might have fallen out of the server again, actually. His car disappeared and didn't
Let me
reappear.
look here.
Oh, Roberson's out of the race. Roberson just retired.
Yeah, he manually disconnected.
Yep. I think
And yeah, it was right, because I'm looking through the chat here, it says throughput fail, connected, throughput fail, back and forth like 3 or 4 times, so I think that's what was going on with Toby.
Yeah, right about there is his car disappears. Well, you talked about the fact that the top 3 were the black Chevrolet Hearst team. All 4 of the white Dodge SRTs got through that incident relatively unscathed, and they were all running together at the time. As Zach Roberts is going to try and get repairs done to his machine. Still working on the mystery of who the one car is that
we're
we
up
don't
at the
have.
front. We got Chris versus Chris. Which Chris is going to be where?
Chris Van Vliet, Chris Elliott.
Alright, so now I'm looking here. We're at lap 28. They can make it from here on now. They ought to be able to. Saving fuel under caution, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, 20 more. So basically, what I do is 19 on 20, 19 on 20. That's how I round it based on us having cautions to save. So that's how I'm thinking. Because they got 2 extra laps of caution, if not 3. And that's enough time to save unless they want to come back in and get a little more fuel. That's their choice. But still, they were to be able to make it the rest of the way on fuel.
Well, when you say they can make it on fuel, that would be second on back. Chris Van Vliet hasn't been to pit road since the first caution.
Seth, there is still a caution out. Calm down. There's still yellow flashing. Do you not see it flashing?
Yep.
I said they should still they should be able to be good to go from here on if they pit.
Chris Elliott's going to come down with him, a teammate. And Rod Weston's going to inherit the race lead. Well, we threatened it all night, Jess.
Did we?
And we haven't done it yet.
What?
Did we talk with Ulysses?
What, is he out?
No.
Is it a good idea to try to get him to go do this or no?
We're under yellow.
Okay, I will bring him down. If I can find the little non-person.
Yeah, it's
who
going to be
wants
harder to
have
find
parts.
him now, right? Because it's not in the individual team rooms.
User was moved to
Alright,
your
have fun.
channel.
Ulysses, Jess and Seth up here in the FRM booth. You got us?
Hey, what's up, Seth? What's up, Jesse?
Okay, so first, let's get the big question out of the way. We've already documented about the fact that your nickname has changed a time or 2 or 10. You got no limbs. What are you driving with tonight?
I can't tell.
Oh,
To be
it's a military secret?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, involved in that first wreck, didn't look like he got much damage here, but, obviously here tonight, crazy racing in the heat races. What's the experience right now in this main event, getting organized up with your teammates and everything? Looks like you lost one of them in Denny Carroll, so now the I'm on Fire Pontiac's down to just 3.
Don't worry, I'm here to carry up the team.
we were told by drivers that it might be a little bit easier to find your teammates with it being a smaller field, but only 4 drivers on each team as well. Have you found it easy to find your teammates on the racetrack, or have you, in some cases, had to kind of just work with whoever you can?
Yeah, it's very difficult now that I lost my teammate. Then I'm just working with the first person I see. So to everybody who is listening, I'm working with you.
You're talking to
32.
a guy who can't find his own limbs, let alone know exactly where he's at, so he can't find nothing. So, I mean, are you sure he can find his teammates?
Maybe
I
with
got
a
my
map.
teammate behind me.
Maybe with a GPS. This guy was
He
actually
might
just
think
recently
GPS
at
stands for
Pocono.
something
He
else.
showed up to meet me, but he was 1 year too late.
Ah, that's horrible.
Oh.
So by the way, Ulysses, we were told before we came on the broadcast that because of the whole server thing, with the server taking the number 1, that we had to do like the number change for your car and everything. We did the number change, and it didn't change it. So you've had the most beautiful generic paint scheme the entire night.
Oh well, if that was gonna happen, I would have just driven the War Toyota.
Yeah, I liked how you put in the chat, "Go Toyotas," when there hasn't been a single Toyota on the track here tonight.
Yeah, well, I had faith.
You had faith. Hey, we might see the Toyotas on track next week in
I'm
that
turn
mega
two,
team
Seth.
event.
Hopefully, brother.
Turn 2, Seth.
Yep, we are in turn 2 and the lights are out. All right, Ulysses, we'll let you get back at it here, but we threatened to have you up here in the booth, and we had to let our loyal watchers have a little taste of the U-Man.
I'm pretty sure my fans are gonna miss me in the booth.
Ulysses Sandoval looks like he's
User
going to be
was
lining
moved
up
out
in
of
the
your
4th
channel.
position for this upcoming restart. It'll be the Black Hearse Chevrolets sharing the front row. Dan Lovell will be on the bottom, and Kelly Causey will be up on the top. We might see a restart Joey Logano would be proud of. Maybe the Okie Dokie going to come into play.
How badly damaged is Ken Roberts? That's what I'm wondering. Because Ken's way back here.
I don't think he's damaged at all.
I mean, I didn't expect him to get damaged. I'm just wondering because he's way in the back. I
Yeah.
mean, did he come in for an extra little splash just in case?
I'm wondering if he might have gotten a speeding penalty on the pit stop and decided to just come down and top off since he was going to have to be EOL anyway. Not sure.
That could have been. I'm just asking this. I didn't know.
22 drivers left, all on the lead lap. Green flag going to come back out with 17 laps to go. As you alluded to, Jess, now fuel is no longer a concern. Now it's kind of go for broke here from now to the checkered flag.
Just depends on how aggressive they're going to start getting here. Because, like you said, with 17 laps to go right now, I mean, I'm wondering, would you still want to try to ride a little bit before making that move, or would you want to go to the front quickly?
I guess it would depend on where my teammates are, if they're up to speed. If I'm kind of by my lonesome and there's not a whole lot of teammates that are able to
The
work
40
with
just
me.
went right back. What in the world happened?
That's Mike Mangialardi.
Yeah, he can't shift. He blew it. He blew fourth.
Oh,
or
man.
Something. I mean, I don't know, but I just heard him try to shift.
Nope,
and I
you're
just heard
absolutely
him make
right.
a noise.
Third gear. You can hear the high rev. Fourth gear gone for Mike Mangialardi. Looks like Rod Weston's losing the pack. You've also got Doug Hewlick back here. The last 3 running cars right now, all out of the Gold Coors team.
And I was like riding on board in the back while you're always at the front, and then all of a sudden I saw a gold car go flying to the back. I'm like, what in the world just happened there?
Great heads up driving by everybody there to not have that be our 4th caution of the night.
3 wide back here, Seth. Looks like Ken Roberts is like, I can make this work.
It's about 3 rows deep of 3 wide. Jeffrey Elliott up the middle. Doug
really
Firth
tight
up on
up
the
here.
top and Bob
I
Dixon
don't
on the
like how
bottom.
tight they're going.
A lot of movement right there in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Is that
I'm just
Mark
wondering.
Hagley on the bottom there, moving up?
I'm just wondering, are you looking at where the orange cars are running?
Yep. Perry Bond and Jeffrey Elliott.
Yeah. If you look at that, it looks like they can't decide if they want the middle or the high side. You notice how they're like playing defensive on both lanes here.
Cars are kind of dancing for a half groove in all three lanes, really, too. I noticed that last time by on the front straightaway, Mark Paglia was not right down on the yellow line. He was up almost 3/4 of a groove from the bottom of the racetrack, almost in the middle lane.
Well, I'm also wondering if that's also a case of pushing up on that inside, because some people at 3 and 4 do it, 1 and 2 do it. I always do it off of 2, you know that.
Yep,
So
could
I'm
very
wondering
well.
if that's a problem.
Well, we had the okie dokie between the 31 and the 32. It worked for a moment, but now they got ganged up on. And Randy Waugh leading the inside line now to the front. And look who's starting to emerge up here inside of our top 5. Seen quite a number of those white Dodge SRTs. Also a trio of the blue Dark Horse Mustangs.
I'm wondering, the guy who's in front of Ken Roberts, I haven't flipped up there. I wonder if he's got a little bit off pace because Ken Roberts just got held up massively by him.
That would be
81.
Oh yeah, Alex Ortiz. Yeah, he's definitely off the pace. He nosed it into the inside wall pretty good under the first yellow. Jeffrey Elliott trying to push him there.
I'm wondering if they're realizing that he's
damaged.
Off Ken's,
Yeah.
Because you technically in these races you don't want to let people know you're damaged, so they keep working with you.
Somebody up there got forced in the wall,
Wow,
and then Ulysses Sandoval door bangs Bob Dixon, and somehow that was flush enough for them to both still keep it pointed straight. Bob Dixon's had an adventurous last couple of laps.
You got your factoids coming up after this race.
Yes, we do. I'm going to bring the graphic up. There you go. Factoids of the night coming up with Bob Dixon after this race.
Uh-oh, look who we got on this top side going here. Ken Roberts has found his way up.
And he's found a teammate tucked in right behind the 30... Which one is that? Is that the 33? Blaine Donlin?
Let's see where... They're all like going
they're all
back
shooting to the middle.
Where they're gonna go.
And Greg Lovell says, nope. He blocked that advance. Greg Lovell's kind of a man on an island right now. He's the lone competitive driver out of the Gold Dodge Coors team. Rod Weston, Mike Mangialardi over 16 seconds back. Doug Hewlick has struggled tonight. He was almost put a lap down under green flag conditions in the early going. He is up here in the lead pack, but currently last time by it was scored 17th.
Yeah, Mike and Rod, they're right here at the triangle now. They're just coming to the start finish line, so that can give you an idea how far back they are.
Half lap down already.
I'm not sure I would want to be racing this hard. I mean, now we're coming to 10 to go now. Obviously, I would want to race hard at the end of this, but they've been racing hard all race long. So.
Now, I don't know if this is on my end or if this is overall. Were a lot of those cars in the middle line there through 3 and 4 side-to-siding for you?
Like twitching?
Yeah.
Wise, or are you talking about the
just like little side-to-side shimming?
I'll tell you in a second. They're not really shaking a lot, but there's like a little bit of a vibration type look on them.
Okay, yep, that's what I'm seeing too then. I didn't know if that was maybe just something on my end. New leader, John Godfrey, getting pushed out in front.
Yeah, I'm back here with Chris, and I can see Chris kind of shaking, making everything else shake around him a little bit.
Take a look who's moved into second. Alex Moe in the 29, looking for his 4th win on the night.
Is it only in the corners that's doing it for you? Because it's doing it only in the corners for me.
In the corners and in the tri-oval.
Yeah. Because that's what I'm noticing. I'm riding with Chris, and I'm seeing it. Because Chris's connection is usually pretty good, so.
I mean, they're still racing double wide and 3 wide, so I guess
I'm
it's
going
not
through all
really
these drivers, and
causing
it's
much of a
happening on
problem for
every single
them.
one of them. It's happening on every single one of them that I'm seeing. So,
Yep, same. So I guess
it's a normal thing on the track, and we're just up here and we're seeing it differently.
yeah. I mean, it hasn't scared these drivers into going into double file. They're still 3 wide in the middle of the pack.
You still be double file anyway, knowing you.
Those those Blackhurst Chevrolets getting ganged up on. They're now starting to fall back a little bit.
Oh no, they're gonna leave one out. Blaine Donlin. What's that face? They're gonna go to the high side. No, middle. What are you guys doing? I think they realized they weren't. They had one that was about to lose touch here.
Yeah, Jeffrey Elliott and Perry Bond kind of boxing Blaine Donlin out.
He's still 3 wide. That's just gonna kill more momentum for him. And now they're broken up, not just from Jeffrey Elliott, but also had one jump in the middle of Greg Palmer here. So they're broken up pretty good now.
You see right there, the 40 and the 43 of Mangialardi and Rod Weston. They have caught Zach Roberts. That is actually for position, moving to 20th and 21st. Roberts will drop back to 22nd. Last car running.
So tell me, what are you noticing here? We got the whites up here, we got the dark horses up here, we've got the hearse up here, and the orange team of Fire is trying to make some headway here.
Yep. Well, we've actually got one of the Fire cars out in front. We just can't see it. Ulysses Sandoval.
Who?
Mr. Generic.
Who? I can't help it. I have to.
Mr. No Scheme.
There you go. He had no meat earlier because he was part of the sandwich between the gold quartz cars. Remember?
Oh, that's true.
Now, no scheme Sandoval.
No Scheme Sandoval.
If you win, does that mean you actually win if you don't have a scheme technically?
Oh, that's a good question. It's a very short interview. I'd like to thank my sponsors and then just move on.
Oh. It's like, I don't know if you've ever seen that, I think you and I have tried to talk about this before. It's called Davy and Goliath. It's a Christian show for it's kind of like a clay type style, like they used to do with Gumby back in the day.
Oh,
kind of like ceramic type style.
Claymation?
Almost somewhat claymation, but they have more of a stronger adapt on the characters and all.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, every single time something goes wrong with the boy Davy, the dog Goliath goes, "Oh, Davy." So
wait, I
it's
think
like,
I actually have heard of that. I think I've heard of Davy and Goliath.
I mean, every so often I'll think about it, it'll pop in my head. And yeah, I'm seeing more shimmying now than I had earlier.
Yep, so am I. So, like I said,
the lap cars are coming off of turn 4 right now. I don't know, or the slow cars are coming
leaders
off 4.
were in the middle of the back straightaway.
What were we about to say?
I was going to say, we were going to kind of try to give a little bit of an educated guess of who's going to end up winning the team championship by the end of the night. I think it's pretty clear. It's going to be between the white Dodge SRTs and the Blackhurst Chevrolets. Not certain exactly who it's actually going to be. I think third place very likely is going to be the blue Dark Horse Mustangs.
I have an idea. Well, are you sure? Because remember, Perry Bond won a race earlier.
He did win a race. However, Greg Palmer also won a race. And if you're looking here at the team event finale, you've got 1, 2, 3 of the Dark Horse Mustangs all lined up together. Sandoval's the only representative of the I'm on Fire Pontiacs at the front. Perry Bond and Jeffrey Elliott are kind of mired at the back.
Back in 16th, 14th, respectively.
Yeah, so...
But I do want to point out something. Are you sure about that? Because if Ulysses finds a way to win this race. So, your team won. Yeah, I like thinking Team Toyota.
Team Toyota. Team Toyota and Toyota Power in my
I'm watching this middle line. I'm back here with Perry, right on board with him, and I'm noticing a big checkup on this middle. A lot happening. There they go.
Oh, 42, and that's going to be a big hit. And we're racing back to the caution. This is it. This is the end of the race because we hit the line for 3 to go that last time by. So we'll stay up here at the front as
Dan Lovell making him on the high side.
Yep, he's got help from a teammate, Kelly Causey.
And there's no way right here because they're right there. Ulysses is on the bottom by himself, technically with the 41, but we got the teammates here. They're gonna. Are you kidding me? Why are you doing that?
I don't know why we're going 3 wide. I think Dan still won it, but yeah, I'm with you. Why not stay lined up? Why'd the 31 step out there?
I'm sorry if I was biased there, but that's just something I wouldn't do.
No, I agree. If it's a team-oriented thing, keep that straight line speed because you could have maybe had Dan lose momentum and Ulysses could have sniped the win.
Yeah, I was expecting Ulysses because Ulysses only had one driver behind him, which was Greg. I thought that was actually pushing him, and they had that momentum coming on that middle line.
The only thing I'm wondering is, did maybe Kelly think Dan was going to be okay, and he was trying to get that extra position against Greg?
That would make more sense.
That's the only thing I can think of, but I'm kind of with you. I was kind of surprised he was taking it 3 wide as well on a team car.
I mean, the thing that I saw was one Hurst car go flying, and I'm looking around for the whites.
We're going to get the white flag this time by. Let's see if we can quickly jump back and see what brought out this race-ending yellow.
So Chris Van Vliet is labeled in 14th. Chris Elliott 10th. Bob Dixon 9th. And Alex Moe sat 8th place at this point.
You talked about that stack up in the middle line. That's exactly what led to this yellow. Ken Roberts gets hooked around straight up into the wall and the 42 of Doug Kulik. John Godfrey, the struggling knight, continues as he's involved in this one. Trying to make out who that other car was. One of the Evil Blue Chevrolets might have been the 82 of Randy Waugh. Yep, that's exactly who it was. Man, big shot to the inside wall there for Ken Roberts as his teammates, all 3 of them, I believe, crossed the line inside of the top 6.
Yeah, you got Dan who got first, Kelly's got 3rd.
And Donlin got 6th, I believe.
Yeah. So you got where they're finished. I gave you the running order of the white SRT drivers, which are a little bit behind. So maybe this is a good thing for the Hurst because they only got that one in the back there, which unfortunate for him because Roberts was running up front. So
the question is going to be,
are we going back to green? No.
No, that's not the question. The question's going to be in terms of the heat races. The white SRTs had 4 to the black Chevrolets 2. So, did the black Chevrolets gain enough points here in this main event to be able to take the top spot from
leading the laps, too.
Yep, that's true as well. Let me see. For the black Chevrolets, Dan led 3, Kelly led 12. Blaine did not lead, and Ken did not lead, so 2 of them led, and Kelly led the most laps. So that's 3 bonus points for the black Chevrolets. For the white Dodges, Alex Moe did not lead, Bob Dixon did not lead, Chris Van Vliet led 5, and
coming to the checker stuff.
Yep. And Chris Elliott did not lead. So, 3 bonus points to 1 bonus point in favor of the black Chevrolets. And Dan Lovell, who had a heat win earlier on tonight in the second race at Homestead, going to pick up the main event win here this evening at Talladega Nights Super Speedway.
So how are we going to do this? Top 3 and Bob Dixon, or Bob Dixon in top 3?
We'll go Bob Dixon first and then get our top 3.
Well, I want to make sure Bob Dixon has time to get the factories, though.
Oh yeah.
Because it normally takes them a few minutes to do it.
Yeah, we'll watch the Dan Level burnout, and then we'll get a hold of Bob.
I mean, I can go ahead and bring him in here now, and we just wait for him.
Okay.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey, Bob, you got us?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Do you need a minute to get the factoids put together, or are you all set to go?
Almost there.
All right. Just let us know when. We're gonna follow Dan Lovell to the start-finish line here. And the question is this victory here in the main event gonna be enough for the team Blackhurst Chevrolets to take the overall championship here tonight in the first mega team race? We'll have to find out. You'll want to tune in next week. We'll give you what the points totals were here tonight when we get ready for the second mega team event next Saturday night. So overall, 3 victories for the Blackhurst Chevrolets, 4 victories for the White Dodge SRTs, as well as a victory for the Blue Dark Horse Mustangs, and a single win for the Orange I'm on Fire Pontiacs.
And 5,000 wins for the no-show-up Toyota of Ulysses Sandoval.
We may see the Green War Toyotas on the track next week. We'll have to
Yeah,
wait and
and
find out.
then he won't have another team that's there next
He'll be
week.
the only representative. You know what he could do? He could pull a Stephen Pollard III, have 4 rigs with 100% steering assist.
Seth, I'm ready.
You all set? All right. Let's get our Bob Dixon factoids of the night here from the main event from Talladega Night Super Speedway.
All right. Appreciate you hosting tonight. Jess, thanks for jumping in the box office there and doing your part. We appreciate that.
I'm just upset that I had to talk to Palmer.
Okay, here we go. Top 5 fastest laps of the night. An honorable mention was Perry Bond. In 5th place was John Godfrey. John did a 48.074 second lap. That's 199.193 mile per hour, lap 25. 4th was Toby Roberson. Toby did a 48.068 second lap. That's 199.218 mile per hour, lap 24. And the top 3 fastest laps are all on lap 25. 3rd was Alex Moe. Alex did a 47.061 second lap. That's 199.247 mile per hour. 2nd was Chris Elliott. Chris did a 47.053 second lap. That's 199.280 mile per hour, lap 25. And the fastest lap of the night, holy cow, goes to Jeffrey Elliott, our host. Jeff did a 48.019 second lap. That's 199.421 mile per hour, all top 3 on lap 25. And the most laps led was Kelly Causey at 11 laps. Wait a second. Technical difficulty there. Kelly Causey, 11 laps, top most led. Chris Van Vliet did 5. Dan Lavelle, congrats on your win, Dan, did 5. Ulysses Sandoval, 5. Danny Carroll, 5. John Godfrey, 4. Jeff Elliott, 2. Randy Waugh, 2. Doug Firth, 2. Rod Weston, 1. Mark Paglia, 1. Greg Palmer, 1. Perry Bond, 1. Gary Heiser, 1. And Greg Lavelle, 1. And that's your factoids of the night.
Well, Bob, we definitely appreciate those factoids this evening. We've been hyping it up all evening long. Obviously, as well, best of luck to you and your entire White Dodge SRT team. We know it's going to probably be pretty close between you guys and those black Chevy Hearsts here for the overall championship. Can't wait to see that get calculated. And Best of luck next week as well in the second Mega Team Race event.
Okay. I'll see you, bud. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate y'all, and I'll take myself back up.
Okay, sounds good. Bob Dixon with your factoids here this evening. Interesting
User
point of
left your
note,
channel.
those 3 fastest laps was when they were racing back to receive the 3rd caution of the evening. Only 4 caution flags waved in this main event, but coming back to receive the 3rd yellow is when your 3 fastest drivers set the fastest lap times of the night.
So, shall we start off by aggravating everyone up there with the interviews, or you want to go through the standings real quick?
Let's actually go through the standings. Actually, that's a good point. I actually hadn't shown the point standings yet. Or not the point standings, but
The
the finishing
point
results.
standings. Wow.
Yes, the
you
point
really did
standings.
work
I
that
was
much.
calculating this whole time. There you go. Dan Lovell with the win. Ulysses Sandoval bringing it home in second. Third place for Kelly Causey. Greg Lovell in fourth. Greg Palmer in fifth. He didn't finish in the top 3. We don't have to talk to him. You're fine, Jess. Blake Donlin going to get 6th place. So 3 of
User and your team's and user in your channel has been banned from the server.
She has the power too. But 3 of the Black Hearst Chevys finishing inside of the top 6. Mark Paglia bringing it home with a solid 7th. Alex Moe, Bob Dixon, Chris Elliott, a clump of the white SRT Dodges finishing inside of the top 10 in 8th, 9th, and 10th. Doug Firth was the highest finishing of the silver Air Force cars in 11th. Perry Bond 12th. Jeffrey Elliott in 13th. Chris Van Vliet 14th. 15th for Doug Hewlick. Alex Ortiz, Ken Roberts, John Godfrey, Rod Weston, Zach Roberts, the top 20. Mike Mangialotti was the last driver to finish under power. All drivers running finished on the lead lap. Randy Watt, Tony Roberson, Javier Negron, Denny Carroll, and Gary Heiser did not reach the conclusion. And I mentioned about how close I feel it's going to be with the calculations between the white Dodge SRTs and the black Chevy Hearst. It could come down to the fact that the lowest finishing of the Dodges finished 14th. The lowest finishing of the black Chevrolets was 17th. We'll have to wait and see just how close it really was, but obviously, post-race review, everything has to kind of come into play before the calculations are official, and we will have those calculations and results for you next week during the pre-race of the second Mega Team event for Talladega Nights. What do you say, Jess? Shall we get a hold of Buckshot?
User was moved to your
Hey,
channel.
Kelly, Jess, and Seth up here in the FRM booth. You got us again?
Yes, I got you.
All right, so we kind of saw you guys pull off the offense-defense 1-2 punch with you and Ken Roberts in the 7th heat race. Looked like you guys were kind of on that same strategy here. We saw all 4 of you get lined up. You tried the top, you tried the middle, eventually got yourselves up there to the front. Dan got that race lead there in the closing stages of this one. You guys bring it home in 1st, 3rd, and 6th of the drivers to finish up inside of the top 10. What do you think? That enough to secure this overall championship here?
I think so. Now I'm not sure. You know, they got to review, and I know Dan had said something about one of the 4th place finishes. He had possibly had maybe have a penalty or so, but I know White probably had more wins in the preliminaries or whatever you call it. So, but I think we got a real good shot. I mean, that's pretty strong there to do like that. I mean, I think I led the most laps, and I know me and Dan both led a lap. So maybe those bonus points will get us over the top. So we had a real good run. It was a lot of fun. Got up there, stayed up there pretty much all night, and I mean this race. So anyway, it was fun.
Now, obviously, here tonight, 8 heat races. You ran some, you spectated some. Then you kind of have to shift gears for a longer 47-lap event. Is it an easy or a difficult transition in doing something like that?
Oh, I don't know. You know, the heat races are just so intense. You know, it's just like one, it's only what 10 or 12 laps, and you really need to have a good finish. It's only like 12 13 cars out there, but it just seems to be a little more intense for some reason. So to me, it was a little more relaxing once we went to Talladega.
And on this turn, the whole time of the racing, Kelly, were you thinking about points, or were you thinking about just riding and just relaxing until the end of the race, then worry about it?
Well, there was times that we thought about the laps led, that type of thing. That last pit, I went in there a little slower to let one of them guys, either Ken or Dan, come out in front of me, and Ken got a black flag, and so I think Dan ended up getting. He was second, but he got in front of me there on the restart, so he got to lead a lap, and then of course there at the end he pulled it off. So. But yeah, you think about points a little bit, but we just wanted to stay up the front. Didn't want to go to the back too much. So once we got up there, we tried our best to try to stay up there. So there's a lot of movement you have to do depending on what line's moving, what line's going back, whether you want to move down or you want to move up. So we did a lot of talking on some things about, there was a little bit of different ideas was being thrown out there. That we run with certain people all the time, and so you kind of know how they think. And so when you with some new guys, but we made it work. Some things we did and some things we didn't. But anyway, I thought it worked out really good. I thought we all worked together and made it happen.
Well, with points being the big thing with winning a championship in a team event like this, you definitely did your part here tonight. Some good solid podium finishes in the heat races, a podium finish of third here in the main event race. Like we said, it's probably going to be a nail biter when everything's calculated as to who's going to get this team championship between you and the White Dodge SRTs. But looking forward to seeing what the end result is. And congratulations on the great run here tonight. Before we let you go, after what's been a lengthy event here this evening, floor is yours for thank you sponsors and shoutouts.
Yeah, I'd like to thank y'all and Talladega Nights for putting this on. It's a real nice, real intense event, and so happy to be a part of it. And I want to thank my teammates that I had tonight. Ken, Dan, and Blaine, and did an outstanding job. All of us did really good and worked together well and all that. So Jess, I want to wish you luck on Thursday, man. I'll be there trying to help you out if I can.
I appreciate that. I'm pretty much in a bad situation as it is right now. Seth and I were talking about that earlier on, Kelly. I made a mistake coming on pit road. I got a little bit too overzealous, made a little bit too wide where the grass was, tried to speed up so I could actually, get back correcting myself when I caught the asphalt again. And yeah, they caught me for speeding on that. That's why I went all the way back like I did.
Yeah, well, you got the next one. But I appreciate you guys. All right. Thank y'all.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Kelly
Kelly.
Causey, third place here tonight in the main event, and definitely a big part into the team of the Black Chevy Hurst being in the conversation for the overall points championship.
User was
we'll
moved
now see
out
if we
of
can
your
dial
channel.
up third place finisher.
Did he just leave?
Nope, he is jumping around from room to room. I guess it's catch the Sandoval in TeamSpeak or something going on there.
I caught him. Don't worry, he ain't going nowhere.
User was moved to your
All
channel.
right, he's been captured. Ulysses, Justin Seth up here in the FM booth. You got us?
Hey, how you doing?
All
Did
right,
my
so
fans miss me?
I think so. I mean, when we talked to you before there during that caution, you said, "Hey, I'm gonna work with anybody that I can." It was able to get you up to the front. You almost pulled off this victory here, but I don't know. Was the pressure kind of off a little bit there, being able to work with whoever you wanted to in these closing stages?
I have no words to describe what was happening to the end. All that was happening is that I was one lap short on fuel. I didn't know if I was gonna make it to the end.
Wow.
So I wasn't even thinking about getting pushed by somebody or working with somebody. I was praying for it. I was praying for a caution with no hands, but I was praying for it. And after we took the caution, I was still saving fuel because my fuel pressure was starting to decrease and decrease. I didn't even know that I was gonna make it to the end.
Wow,
That's because he was leading all those laps.
Yep. Didn't realize it was actually that close. Now, was that because of when you came to pit road? Did you take 2 cans, or did you go with a can and a half or something like that? Because
I took a splash.
oh wow,
That's something that my teammates, my Wrecking Ball teammates, call me. Stop gambling. Stop doing gambling because most of the time it doesn't work.
we're not in
That's what
Yeah,
Vegas.
but gambling like that, okay, so just a heads up on that. A splash will get you 2 laps. A half a can between about 5
Yeah,
laps or so.
and
Can will give you 10. A can and a half about 15. And then a full tank about nearly 19 to 20.
yeah, but on that last pit stop we only needed half a can, so I took a splash. So I was still 1 lap
Yeah,
short.
you gotta remember though, you got CTS fall off Ulysses.
And you were also leading a ton of those laps in that segment.
Hey, it worked.
It
So
did
I'm
work.
happy with
It did work. Okay, we can't argue with results. The
Yeah, you
P2
can
is
argue
there.
me down. Well, P2, man, how many times I've been finished behind the Dan level. It has been like 3 times that I finished second behind Dan level. I finished a lot of times seconds. Now I know what Jess feels on Thursday night.
Maybe if you had Toyota power, you might have been able to keep him in your rearview mirror.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, we look
I
forward
feel
to
bad
seeing.
that I didn't get to run my Toyotas, the Toyotas I painted.
Hey, you may be able to next week in the second team mega event. Hopefully, we end up seeing a lot more drivers show up for that to be a possibility. But
You ought to
Ulysses,
come out real quick. Ulysses, you ought to come out and race with us tomorrow.
Maybe most of is I mostly don't show up because I'm busy on 7. I'm not home by I'm most of the time I'm home at 8 on Sundays. I'll see if I come tomorrow.
gotcha. Well, Ulysses, great run for you here tonight. Second place in the main event for this mega team event under the lights at Talladega Nights Super Speedway. Before we let you go, floor is yours for thank you, sponsors, and shoutouts.
Well, first shout out to all my fans that are watching me right now. Second, all my NCRA teammates, including you said, not you, yes, but Michael and all my friends and all my team Wrecking Ball friends, because back there in NCRA,
See,
I found a
not
new.
me. Just remember
No,
that.
no. Right there, I found a new home after Talladega Nights closed for a little while. I found a new home there. And also to Mama Sandoval, she supports me and she drives the car instead of me. So, all right, y'all, we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
No, wait. Did you just say thanks to all your teammates except for me?
Are you my teammate? Do you want to be my teammate?
I mean, I'll remember that when I'm behind you and I decide not to go and push you like I've done in the past. I'll remember that.
We got a Maverick race coming up on August 6th.
Oh yeah.
Then welcome to Team Wrecking Ball then.
At, so.
Welcome to Team Wrecking Ball. You're part of us.
I never said I was part of Team Wrecking Ball.
I also like too how he told us it was a secret during the pacing laps of how he was driving, and he just revealed it to the world. It was Mama Sandoval driving the car now.
Oh, dang.
Ulysses, congratulations on the great run. Obviously, best of luck next week. Be interesting to see what team you're driving for. Hopefully, it's going to be one of those bright green War Toyotas, and looking forward to it. Have a great week, and we'll see you back at it here for the second team race next Saturday night.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna change my name to Ulysses Fake Sandoval.
Fake Sandoval. Yep, that's
all right.
We're using that next week. It's set in stone.
No scheme.
All right, Seth. All right, Jesse. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Bye.
That's Ulysses Sandoval,
User
second
was
place
moved out of your
here
channel.
tonight. Yeah, Ulysses Fake No Scheme Sandoval. There's gonna be no room between the quotations for his nicknames now. I mean, we're coming up with like a good half dozen at this point in time. All right, let's see if we can go down to victory
User was
lane,
moved
see if we
to
can
your
dial
channel.
up a heat winner and a main event winner here tonight. Dan Lovell, Dan, Justin Seth up here in the FRM booth. You got us?
Hey.
Oh man, I'll tell you what. Looked like the black Chevy Hearst team had a strategy and stuck to it there on that final run to the checkered flag. So you kind of trying to utilize the inside line, the middle line, the outside line, pretty much wherever you could go that somebody else wasn't there. That caution comes out in the closing stages of this race. At that point in time, I mean, what kind of communication was going on to make sure that all three of you that were still there were able to get the highest finishing positions possible?
Well, that's the thing I commend everyone on my team tonight. We had a good strategy. We worked it out early where we could get to the outside and make some moves. Got a good group of cars working with us, and then that outside started to fall apart, and we said, let's get back to the middle, hold this together, try to stay together. And we were running top 5 there for a little bit, all 4 of us. And a couple things happened to Ken. He got a couple of black flags under caution and put himself in the back, and then he got caught up in that wreck there at the end. But the whole team ran really strong tonight. Those black cars were quick, man. Those Hurst cars were good. I liked them. Yeah, got in the right position a couple of times, got to start close to the front and, hold them off. And I was fortunate in one of them that there was a wreck happened behind me, so I got to lead a bunch of laps in one of those heat races. I think it was that first Homestead. I wound up finishing second, I believe it was, in that one. Kind of messed myself up on the last turn on that one. But overall, it was a good night. Probably would have had another top 3 if I hadn't caused a wreck right on the last lap. Got into Toby, I think it was, and caused him to go across the nose of somebody else. So I lost those points. But overall, it was a pretty good night. And I'm just glad to get the win and have some good teammates to work with. It's pretty cool to get a different team to work with. But the communication was great. So appreciate all you guys for communicating. Ken, Buckshot, Blaine, great job, everybody.
And gonna have some potential new teammates for next week. We understand the teams are going to get shaken up again in preparation for the second mega team event. Now, I do want to ask you something here because it was something Jess and I were kind of talking over as you guys were coming around to receive the caution, the proverbial checkered flag. You had the 3 Chevrolets lined up, and Causey stepped out up to the outside line coming through the tri-oval. Was that him trying to get like an extra position on a car on the inside? Was that so that way you guys didn't run each other over after you took the caution? Like,
No.
what went into that kind of strategy? Because we were kind of wondering why you didn't just all stay straight lined up there to make sure that you absolutely were going to be the first one back to the stripe.
That was communicated. He was trying to make sure nobody took a third line on the outside around us.
Okay.
So he kind of made his car a little wide there. I told him to do it. I said, make yourself a little wide there so they don't run a third line on us and then tuck back in behind me and push me. And it worked out because we had the cars, that had this. They did try to make a slight move to the outside, but they had nowhere to go because he made his car a little wider than usual. So that was planned. It was all strategy.
Gotcha.
We, when you race these enough and you see what's going on, I'm always watching in my mirror, at all times, seeing what's going on back there. And I seen those guys, and I could tell just by the way they were positioning coming into that turn, they were going to make it 3 wide if he hadn't made his car a little wider there. So that was strategy.
Okay, good call there. Make sure you're still on the defense to make sure that you guys all got the best possible finishes. I mean, of the cars of yours that ended up crossing the line, not involved in that last wreck, first, third, and sixth. So we were asking Kelly, did he think that that was going to be enough for you guys to topple the white Dodge SRTs? I mean, it kind of seemed like a back and forth between your 2 teams here during the course of this evening. I think we worked out the bonus points. You guys got 3 bonus points as far as the laps led. They only got 1, so it's going to be super close. How do you feel it's going to be? Do you think you're on the winning side of it? Do you think you're just short? I mean, obviously, nobody's got the points in front of them right now, but what's the confidence level that you guys have this wrapped up?
Well, we had 2 races where we finished first and second in the sprints, so I think that's going to give us enough to edge it probably. And I think in one of those they both led laps, so that's extra points too. So I believe we're going to edge them out a little bit. I mean, the first 3 or 4 races, the white cars were on fire. I mean, we were still getting good finishes like 3rd and 5th and 2nd and 5th or 6th or something like that. So I believe we pulled off enough position throughout the sprints to, and especially with those 2 races finishing first and second, I believe that's going to push us over the edge. And then this main event, of course, we had some really good, we had some top 5. Well, we have 1st, 3rd, and 6th Yeah, so we had 3 in the top 10. I believe we got a little bit of edge on them.
Well, it is going to be.
Plus, our driver led the most laps, and
That is
two
true.
of us led laps.
Yep. Well, it is going to be interesting to see how the points are calculated. Of course, we'll have the results of those for the pre-race broadcast next week. But Dan, congratulations on the job well done here tonight. I was mentioning it here with Kelly as well. He may not have gotten the victories, but he got the finishes necessary to help the team out. You got that heat win. Had a great run as well, as you mentioned in that first race at Homestead, bringing home inside of the top 5, and then capping it off with this win here in the main event as well. Drivers all doing what they have to do to get those max points for their teams at the end of the night. Before we let you go, floor is yours for Victory Lane. Thank you, sponsors, and shoutouts.
Yeah, I want to thank Jeffrey most of all for putting this on. He's a great guy, a good friend. I've known him for a long time now, and he's really got his stuff together, and he does a great job. So, appreciate him. Appreciate you, Seth, for putting this on, and Jess, for helping. Appreciate you. Both of you did a great job. You do a great job broadcasting always, Seth. So appreciate that. And just want to say thanks to my teammates tonight, and thanks. I want to give a shout out for my Big Stone Gap Racing teammates as well. We were I was communicating with them throughout the race, and we would help each other at points in the race too, especially on that last one. I believe I had a chain, about a 3-inch chain connected to Greg's car there at the end of the race, because everywhere I went, he would block me. So I believe I was just tugging him around when I made moves. He's a great blocker, though. He's a good driver, man, and he just kept it clean, but put enough block on me to hold me back there for a while. And I tried 4 or 5 times to make a move on him, but he's just a good blocker. But just appreciate all those guys that work with me and help me get up front, and especially the push there at the end by Buckshot. Great job, man. Appreciate you, and congratulations on his 3rd place finish. And congratulate Ulysses for 2nd place. It was a hard-fought race. I would have had him because he was going to run out of fuel. He was talking to Jeffrey about being short. So if it would have finished under green, he would have had to fall to the apron probably. He wasn't going to make it. But still didn't say I would have got the win for sure, but probably was going to happen either way.
Well, had
a good, strong car.
Absolutely. Well, ends the night on a high note. Picking up the checkered flag in the main event here for the Mega Team event. First one of this season. That is Dan Lovell. Congratulations once again on a job well done. Again, we look forward. We anticipate what those points are going to look like at the conclusion of this one. And best of luck next week, seeing what team formation is going to look like that you'll be working with to maybe be going for a 2nd straight team event championship.
Heck yeah. And I also want to give a shout out to my beautiful wife, Bonnie, and my kids and grandkids. They watch these races, so appreciate them too, and anybody else that's watching. That's what helps keep things together. And like I said again, appreciate you for putting on the broadcast. That's what keeps these things together too. So appreciate all of you and everybody that raced tonight. Appreciate all you good drivers and the good competitive and companionship with the racing.
Well, that's Dan Lovell. He put his black Chevy Hearst Camaro in victory lane here in the main event at Talladega Nights Super Speedway. Congratulations once again, Dan, and best of luck next week.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good night, man. See you, Jess.
See you, Dan.
Well, it will be interesting to see what the end result is. Those points will get calculated during the course of this week. We'll give you the fallout results of what they look like next week. Oh, but Jess, we started this journey at 9 o'clock on the East Coast. 4.5 hours later, 8 heats in the books, a main event.
4.5. Half. There's a 30-minute buffer.
Yeah.
We're South Cole earlier on in this race. Oh yeah, look at how quickly we're going through these. We should shouldn't be a problem. We should get this done within the 4-hour limit. Yeah.
Didn't account for interviews, I guess. But
your fault.
Wild one here tonight. Unusual format. It will be interesting to see. Like we talked about the fact it's been a while since they did a team event. It's been a while since they've done like the heat races and everything. It will be interesting to see next week. What we see in relation to what we saw here tonight. Will the aggressive level still continue to ramp up? Will we see more cautions? What will we see in the main event? And then, of course, as well, you throw in the X factor. The teams we saw here tonight may not be the same teams that we see next week. So it will be interesting to see what the difference is between the first mega team race here tonight and what happens not only, I guess, next week, but in the future races up until the 8th and final one.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the first night, right?
Yep.
Now we get a little idea. Now the question is, are they going to do? And I mean, most of these guys I've ran with over an RTG, so this is basically why I always bring up RTG in that format style. Okay, what I'm getting at is really active, really aggressive to begin with. Are we going to start seeing them kind of mellow out and chill a little bit, or are we going to see them really get aggressive every single race like this? Because if that's the case, I don't know. It might come all down to where a lot of you puts them at all the time.
It will be interesting to see, but it was a great event here tonight. Congratulations to our heat winners, our overall winner in Dan Lovell. And thank you all for tuning in to our coverage here this evening for Talladega Nights. Again, be sure to join us next Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We kick off the second iteration of the Talladega Nights Mega Team event. We go right back to the same schedule that we had here tonight. 4 different tracks, 8 heat races, and the finale at Talladega Nights Super Speedway. Again, that's next Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But once again, thanks for tuning into our coverage here tonight.
Are you gonna have Michael next week? I'm just wondering. I mean, I'm sorry, but 4 hours, I don't know if he can make that.
I'm not certain. He's told me that with it running that late, he's not sure if he's able to stay up that late. So, not certain. That's kind of a
At least you're making an
TBD.
honest man out of him.
True. But thanks once again, everybody, for tuning into our coverage here tonight. For Jessica Shelton, I'm Seth Cole. We'll see you guys on the next broadcast here on FRN, the Flatout Racing Network.
This broadcast is the copyrighted work of Flatout Racing Network and may not be rebroadcast, retranslated, or used in any form without the express written consent of Flatout Racing Network and iRacing.com Motorsports Simulations. Flatout Racing Network would like to thank you for your support, and we hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast.